Chat, I have a problem. I have a problem. Hi. I love this game. Created by Michael Jackson covers and Baron's décolletage.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
How are you doing today, chat? What trouble are you getting into? What shenanigans are you up to? I hope you brought popcorn and or 99 gigs if you're gonna come play. Because that is the biggest downside to this game. It's so good. It's so good. For anybody who did not see the post on Twitter or anything, though, really quick, because I'm going to get right into the game. We're still going to yap the whole time because it's a fucking MMO. Of course, we're going to yap the whole time. I eated a donut. Okay, this is important. What kind of donut? Cursing my coworkers' knowledge they wish they could forget. Good, as you should. 99 gigs, COD calling rookie numbers. Good, fuck COD. Just when your multiplayer for the newest Call of Duty is like 70 something gigs, that's just the multiplayer. You've already fucked up. About to eat dinner. Can you bring me some? But again, welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Hi, Bucky. Who all needs highs? Have MMO fun. Hi, Beef. Hi, Akon. Chocolate pumpkin spice powdered sugar. I'm gonna make some fudge. Ooh. Oh, okay, wait a second. That sounds awesome. Depends. Do you eat butter chicken? Fuck yeah, I do. As long as it's not like, I'm guessing it's like English butter chicken and not like you soak chicken in butter. MMO fun, MMO Baron. Oh, hi, Flan. Hi, Prey. Eating flatbread pizza and seeing the new Predator later. Oh, the new, what is it, Badlands? I still can't figure out if that is a series or a movie, but I guess because you just said that, it's a movie. If you use the restroom before a meal, it's just inventory management. Oh my God. Bastard. It's good when it's curry? Hell yeah. Yeah, give me. Absolutely give me. But, chat, the reason I decided we were going to play this on stream today, one, because I am, mildly obsessed, and two, because it feels like a company is finally doing a wuxia game right. How many people remember Blade and Soul? I need to know. How many people can think of a, like, I'm gonna say Asian instead of specifically Chinese, Asian martial arts MMO that has done the game justice? There's a star next to my name. What does that mean? I think the icon for the sub isn't loading for you. Is it the purple square with the white star inside of it? If it is, that's the sub. That's the default sub icon. On my end, I see the black and gold ticket. That's the name I haven't heard in a while. But if y'all remember Blade and Soul, do y'all remember how boobily it was? I need to know. Do y'all remember how boobily it was? And how, like, as soon as they added premium currency, they added, like, Gyaru outfits and stuff? Blade and Soul? You've never heard of Blade and Soul? Okay, hold on. Hold your horses. That means I gotta show you Blade and Soul. Neo? Oh, I forgot it also had an anime. Here, really quickly. Boop. Make that a little bit bigger. This is Blade and Soul. This is Blade and Soul. This was the art for Blade and Soul. This was the anime, which you can't see very well. Hold on. Oh, good lord. This was the anime, and this woman in the leotard with her tits out, basically, is the main protagonist. But oh, this is Neo. This is the mobile game I think that they released, or Heroes maybe? I don't know what this is. But yeah, this was probably the closest thing to a really good MMO, and it was horny as shit. Granted, it was pretty fun at the time. It was pretty fun at the time. Boobly sword combat type that I know is Queen's Blade. It's very much like Queen's Blade in the anime. I got this new anime. No, oh my god, you can't do the same thing. In the anime, it was like, this captures the game fucking poorly. Correct. Although a lot of like, if I go back here, all these characters, every single one of these characters, except the protagonist, is in the game. All of these people in the background are in the game. That lady with her back turned to us up here, that's the main antagonist. This is her. This is just her in the anime. This is her art for the game. I downloaded wins? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. There's the thing too, though, is we're not going to be starting from the beginning. Oh, I forgot to tell you, there's also hobbits. Blade and Soul had, oh dear God, that did not age well, had like a hobbit race. And I'm pretty sure they also had they had an exclusive class, and that's what this is. That's why you have this weird cat person. They had a tamer class that was exclusive to this race. And kind of all of the others were... Can we look up the races for... Okay, here they are. Does this make any sense to anybody? You basically just get small, medium, and large. But what's worse is some of them had exclusive classes to them. Like there was a Berserker class where you had a giant fuck-off axe, and only the really tall people could use it. I don't remember what the medium-sized people had as like an exclusive class. I could not tell you. Very interesting game, though. Very interesting game. And that was probably the best wuxia game I'd ever seen, but it was horny as shit. It's biological essentialism. Get a front and back shot. I think that was supposed to be... Oh, wait. Wait. Hold on. Blade and Soul races. Here it is. Okay, the Jin, the basic human race consisting of Blade Master, Kung Fu Master, Force Master, and Assassin. The Gon, the darker skinned yet very muscular people, consisted of Kung Fu Master and Destroyer. Destroyer was the Berserker that I was talking about. Yun, the one that was turned around is the Yun. Female only, consisted of Blade Master and Force Master. And then Lin, which was the very tiny people, was Force Master and Summoner. Yeah, that was weird. But this is also outdated because they've added multiple more classes. So this is like from the game's launch. Maybe it'll have it here. Because there's Astromancer, there's Blade Dancer and Blade Master, there's Dual Blades, Gunslinger, Soul Fighter, the Warden, the Warlock, and Zen Archer. Those were all classes that weren't in that original list. Short stacks? They are not short stacks. But yeah, the Yun are the female only. So that one that we saw that was the lady like turned backwards, that was the Yun. Let me see real quick. Does it actually say why? Intrinsically entwined to the natural worlds. The Thuong Hung, a mystical Asian bird, had passed her traits of elegance and grace to her descendants. Yun's innate aesthetics make them some of the best artisans in all the realm. I hear Win's currently a bit time-gated, but that's going to be temporary. Wait, what do you mean time-gated? What do you mean? They have a lot of yin energy. I don't know. There's a max level. Oh, I got you. Day one, it was 20. Oh, I'm over 20. I'm over 20 already. I'm like 26, I think. Max level's currently 50. Okay, we got a long way to go. Where's the panda? Huh? The panda? What about the panda? What about the panda? Here, do we want to turn off the music? We can turn off the music. Hope you're doing well. Hi, Impy. Jumping right into the game today? Yes, Mungo, because I want to play the game. Also, this is me. Oh, I forgot. I can't scroll up on my character. Can I? I'm trying to remember the best way to be able to view. There we go. That works. Also, yes, you cannot change your hair color. I tried to change my hair color. You could not. I can't zoom in here. Can I zoom in on gear? No, I can't. I can't get any closer. Yeah, this is my character. Apparently, they're like, this is martial prowess, I think is what this is. So this is generally like your gait. It does have some features that definitely come from, what do you want to call it? Mobile games. So like I can go here. These are all the weapons I've collected. I don't know if I'm supposed to like sell them or do anything with them, but it's a little here or there. But down here is enhancement. You can actually enhance the weapons so that they're like always up to par per se. But I basically capped all of these at what they can be right now. It's a popular online game. It just came out and it's free to play. What build am I doing? I don't know what like official builds or anything are. I literally last night got off after I learned a new fan skill. I have not even used it, and you're about to see me probably flop with it. Is this a KR MMO? No, this is a CR MMO. It's Chinese wuxia. It's very fun. I don't have like any of the crazy like travel abilities yet because I just haven't progressed far enough. But there are some fun stuff. We'll see some combat in a minute. I don't remember what it was. I had finished getting the fan. But yeah, you see everybody has a bow. Oh, I remember what I was doing. I was doing this shitty mission to try and catch a fish and I couldn't remember the button to pull out my fishing rod. Damn it. Because we gotta feed Mr. Meow Meow over here. Say hi to Mr. Meow Meow, chat. This is the puzzle master throughout the whole game. I still can't remember. Honestly, it's a great game. I love this game. Also, the grass. Just wait till we see one of the grass fields. It feels a little empty in those grass fields, but that's intentional. But it's so pretty. Bamboo forest. Mountains with the giant tower over there. Also, I should probably show you all the map. So, okay, so this is Qinghe and Kaifeng. I have not gotten to Kaifeng at all. Not even a little bit. And I've only done 17% of this entire area. I wish the story wasn't time gated. There's so much to do. I've played 8 hours already and I've only done 17% of the stuff. If you feel like you've already hit the wall, you may be playing too much. The thing is though, is I've also been doing like all of the side missions, as many as I can, which is why I'm like way over here, because I was doing another mission where I have to like talk to the merchants. But I don't remember the button to pull out fishing rod. Who knows how to pull out the fishing rod? I thought it was B, but that only pulls up like my stuff that I have equipped. Like here's the fishing rod. No. I don't have nearly enough fire oil. Aqua wax. Huh. I have to manually equip it? I do? Well, no, it's equipped in special slot. There's supposed to be a button to pull it out. D-pad on the sides to scroll from potion to rod. So I have the potions. Here it's X. But... And I think if I hold X, I just drink my potion. Oh well. No, that's just weapons. But yeah, I have a spear. I like my spear. And my fan that I haven't used yet. Look at me, I'm snazzy. Not gonna lie, I have over... the thing is, I keep forgetting to pick them up even when I'm doing dungeons and stuff. I've just been neglecting it. Because I completely forgot that you have to have fire oil to be able to even use the fire abilities. It's with alts? Oh. Oh. All right. Start fishing. Space to shake the fishing rod and lure fish. What do I do? Okay, okay. I see. I see how it is. Okay. All right. Did I only need the one? How do I exit? How do I exit fishing mode? Not X. Oh, there we go. Just escape. We'll do it. All right. Can I put the carp on his plate? Do I only need the one carp? I only need the one carp. Enjoy your carp, Mr. Meow Meow. Yay, balls! Okay, I need to catch another fish. Oh, wait, go back. Oh, okay. Woo. He's got a hat and scarf and cool kitty. He's a very cool kitty. We'll see a lot of him because he's always around when there's like a bonus puzzle. So anytime we see him again, we know that there's a puzzle nearby that we can do to get more stuff. I gotta lurk a bit, but I hope you have fun. Well, thank you, Flan. So the general thing is, if you remember this loading screen, not loading screen, the opening screen that we were on, that was us as a baby. We were in the arms. Oh God, why can't I? Yan Xing, something like that. And he's been missing. We have not found him since we started the game. I was not paying attention. Sometimes it's voice, sometimes it's not. Thank you for the lurk, T-Stone. Around 40, maybe 50. I'm 82 this year. Damn. What? You're 82? Start practicing the art of fishing without fishing since I was a boy. That's why I've lived a carefree life and stayed this young. See, there are plenty of kind souls in Martial World, chopping wood, delivering letters, slaying monsters day in, day out. They may become heroes or work themselves to an early grave. But if you master the art of fish without fishing, pushing your tasks and duties onto others. Oh my God, that's what he's been doing? What a bitch. Don't slack off, youth is short, endure hardships, hone your skills. How can I stop the... It's auto-scrolling, I'm not clicking, and I want to know how I can stop it. Fans can heal without any abilities on the Panacea fan? Hmm? Oh, I'm not using the Panacea fan. I'm using the, I'll show you in just a second. Get out of this conversation. You were just one of the shopkeepers I had to talk to. Oh my goodness. Come on. You're part of another quest. This isn't supposed to be something else. Okay, hold on. Where is... Here. I'm using the Inkwell fan. It's the DPS version of the fan. Oh, that's probably what it was. I could slow down the playback speed. I got you. He'll tell you his life story and you'll like it! But yeah, these are the weapons I have. I haven't leveled up like all of them. Just some of the ones that I kind of like. Haven't actually used the Stormbreaker Spear. But these are the ones that I've been using leveling up. And then there's a bunch of others that I really want to get, but you actually have to go to a very specific location. What's a good comparison? Think of it like the Everjails in Elden Ring. You have to find a key, you have to go put the key into a thing, and then you have to sneak your way through and spy on a master who is teaching the techniques. So is Boateng Blade. Oh, the where is it? The Thundercry Blade? Earthquake Heavyweight goes hard as the name. Yeah, it's pretty fun. We'll use it in a minute. But I think right now we're doing some... Oh god, do we gotta go all the way over there? There's another thing over here. So these book icons, if you... Well, it's kind of hard to see, but when I come up on them, you'll see it. Another fisherman? Really? Wait. Oh, I know who you are. You're the one who gave me the meteor thing.
It's not me preventing you from...
No, okay, I don't have it yet. That's what I thought. So the thing that he has is he wants... Oh. Did I just break that pot? I didn't know I could break the pots. What? Okay, that's funny. Wait, I want to break the big one. Oh, I don't think I can. Okay. Let me double check some of the stuff that we have around here really quick. Okay. I'm also really behind for my level for the main story because I've been doing so much side stuff. Luckily in this game, it doesn't matter because the world kind of levels up with you. Which I can kind of show. Let me see here. If I can remember how to get to it. Oh, hello. Oh. Thank you for the Echo Jade. So Wandering Paths? No. Journal? No. Not season, not sex. Hi, Cool Awesome. How are you doing? You said Mooding and I got my hopes up? Oh, no, it's Moding. Mo, not Moo, unfortunately. Twin Blades, fans, and Rope Dart. I have not gotten the Twin Blades or the Rope Darts yet. I want the Rope Dart. Fan and Umbrella support, Spears, tank. Oh, no, it's more complicated than that. It's more complicated than that. This is a DPS fan. This is a DPS spear. This is a tank spear. This is a DPS umbrella. And yes, I was using the umbrella literally up until last night when I got off. DPS spear, DPS sword. DPS is Twin Blades, which there's only one for Twin Blades. Tank sword. DPS sword. Healing fan. Healing umbrella. DPS rope dart. Oh, good lord. But yeah, it seems like they kind of want you to like pair paths, I guess. So like how these have the same, well, it's kind of hard to see. I hear how these have like the same icon. This is like a kind of a dragon. This one also has the dragon. Is I'm guessing it's trying to hint you to that like these combo well together. Yeah, there's a healing umbrella. This one, oh, you can't see it. Here, I'm gonna make myself a little bit smaller. Well, I just tried to, why can't I open, there we go. YouTube Studio is not behaving. Oh, so let's do this, because I never keep these out. Let's do that. There we go. I want all of my arms. All right. That's a little bit better. But yeah, there's the Soul Shade umbrella. Also, I still have Clip Studio open for some reason. Oh, good lord. Ugh. I can't get the game to open. There we go. For whatever reason, it does not want to swap between the game and VTube Studio easily. Have you seen The Song? The Song? What song? But yeah, Healing Umbrella. And if you ever want to know where you can get the things, there's like the obtain button and it'll zoom in on the place. But see, this is way down in Kaifeng where I haven't been yet. But it doesn't show you unless you ask to try and like search it up. The thing is though, like I mentioned, it functions functions similarly to like the Everjail. You have to get a key, you have to go here, you put it in a plinth, you find out that there's a cave somewhere nearby, you go into the cave, it's usually a training ground for one of the various sects. Oh, I have seen it, local. I have seen it. It's awful. It's this fucking stupid. We all know JD Vance can't sing like that. But you can go there early. I know I can. I know I can. I don't have to follow the progression. I mean, like, I went up here and got the fan and stuff before any of the missions brought me up here. Like, this is the mission to slowly bring me north. And you can see I've already gone all the way over here to Buddha Fort because this is the place where the progression for the umbrella was. I needed to go here to be able to upgrade my umbrella skill. Because it upgrades with, it's like tiger something liquor, and only the Buddhist monks that are there drop it. Well, the rogue Buddhist monks that are there. But yeah. See the hospitals people made in the game? I have not. I know there's building. I have not gotten there yet. I'm the level that you can do it, but I haven't had the mission or anything. Okay. I'll have to do that. Yeah, if you go to like your development and you click things and there's like one of these things that you want, we'll just pick like Infernal Twin Blades. Space for search, skill theft. And then you can track it, although now it's tracking the wrong thing that I don't want it to track. Ah, son of a bitch. Oh. Menu time? Oh, I didn't know I could do that. Jesus. Okay, so that's just a major fucking mission. That's the one we were going to go to, though, so we can do that one. Oh. Yeah, you can also find treasures and stuff all over the place. And all those things that pop up right next to my head are the things that I got out of that chest. Oh. What the hell? Oh, I walked into the main story area. And so sometimes when you get to new areas with the main story, you get this like cute little cinematic for the area. I'm not going to read the poem. I'm not going to read the poem. The Carnival of Horrors International branch. I wish there was like something that was a little more... There was some makeup that could have been a bit clownish, but I did not... Chapter 1, Heaven... Wait, did I just get to Chapter 1? Huh? Also, if you see these little things, these are signposts. These sometimes have helpful things. Beautiful sunset. Damn it. Sometimes they're useful. Sometimes they're just people being goofy.
A lovely gift from the beauty up front.
Sector! Raspberries. Have you seen the clips of Pam Bondi panicking at Epstein's questions while Kash Patel looks like a deer in headlights that is also high off crack cocaine? Are you talking about the... Was it this morning or was it yesterday morning? At the... Born... At the, Oh, what's his name? Oh, I can't remember his name. The guy from the first administration that they were trying to, like, file a case for. And they didn't fucking have a grand jury indictment? Like a bunch of morons? I'm just the tutorial level. Yeah. Oh, okay. See, here's Mr. Meow Meow. So these... Actually, I'm going to grab this flower real quick. Speaking of flowers, real quick look around. Oh my god! I love this game. So yeah, this is one of the puzzles that you'll run across that Mr. Meow Meow will do. This one, I think, if I hit this, is probably just going to be a will-o-wisp one. Oh, no, it's to cut the bamboo. Yeah, that was only the second time I've had one like that. Sometimes you have to chase paths. Sometimes it's like an obstacle course. Sometimes it's more complicated than that. Yeah, his name's Mr. Meow Meow. Give Peony. Bamboo XP. Wait, what? Oh, I never realized it gave you bamboo when you cut them down. Damn. Huh. All right, boss, what are you doing? Oh, okay, that only speeds it up. This is the slow one. Scared off the sparrow, been stalking for days. Wait, you were stalking a sparrow? Someone like you care about a common catch like that? The bird isn't just any bird. It's still nearby, I'm sure of it. You come with me, we're finding it. Okay. Yeah, you can cut anything with anything if you try hard enough. Makes this bird so special. Me, the central angler, the southern woodcutter, the herb picker, and the miner, we made a bet for the well of heaven. Whoever plucks a feather from that sparrow in the forest first gets the title Sparrow Hunting Champion. That's how martial masters compete, so down to earth. Who would have thought the sparrow would be quick-witted? Not one of us could catch it. Wind blew away all its tracks. You're young, use those sharp eyes to help us me find it. So this is an ability that we get early on. Oh, that's not... That's a pheasant. But okay. I guess? That was a pheasant. Chinook threw it, probably. Can you cut a bamboo with a corpse? Yes. With a youthful fire in you? Alright. You're this year's bird hunting champion? What, me? World ain't ours anymore. I'm no use for that title. I'll wait here for months hoping someone would come along. I guess fate brought you to me? Okay, that was an easy mission. I love scooping up famous heroes. What? If you're under their thumb, well, you might as well be a bird in a cage. But you still got other masters to visit, don't you? Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Don't join the royal army. Got it. Remain sectless. Which is something that I did. Oh. Oh, okay, he just leaves. Oh god, the flickering. Use still? Still waters. Meridian power? What is still waters? Okay. Oh, I think they were talking about this. At one point, it was probably called like the still waters technique or something, but now it's just... It's wind sense. Are you the hunter? Oh, hey! Hey, buddy, how you doing? Anyway. I forgot to loot the other guy. As versed in MMOs as you are, where does this rank on the list? It feels pretty clean. In terms of listing, though, I don't know just yet. I can't say... Oh, I can cut these. Huh. I guess only certain areas are available to cut. Like, can I cut you? Nope, can't cut you. Oh god, that's the far one. Okay. You know what? Yeah. Actually, first, I want to go... Oh, I can teleport to the Wayfarer? Interesting. Too bad I don't want to go there. Anyway... This actually looks like fun. The thing is you can play it solo like I am right now, or you could go and play it co-op. It is very easy to do co-op. And if you're more of like a small group player or anything, I just didn't want to overload y'all when we're like loaded in, because if we do this with all the players that are like in the multiplayer server, it's fucking swamped, dude. It gets hectic. Oh wait, I was coming over to... Where are you? I'm going the wrong direction. You should be... Oh my god. East. East, for the love of God, it's that tent over there. Haven't you finished Digimon yet? I mean, you could always jump between them. There's plenty of stuff to do. Love the collapsible spear, though. West, yes, west. But I'm heading east. So this is another form of progression in this game is... I don't know if this guy's anywhere else, but his name is Kishan. He's the oddity exchanger. I just keep coming back to the same location. He has, if I click here, a branch of just skills. And some of these are essential. Like, these are literally some of the, like, progression methods to, one, increase your health, or let me see, where is it? That's not it. Some of, like, the movement methods and stuff are here, and they're quite necessary. But, oh. Music of King Ha. Max vitality. Soft sound reaches your ears as ki circulates through your body. You feel warm and energetic inside. Vitality is a key resource required for offensive mystic skills. Okay, those are the ones I've been using. Okay. But yeah, down here you can see the kinds. There's the mantis, the enchanting lotus, red mist beetle, dagger general, and the whisper hive. I know where to get almost every single one of these. Actually, maybe I do know where to get a red mist beetle. I think I know where to get them. Like the mantis you'll find, you'll have to watch it. It'll fly away and you just go pick it up after it leaves. Dagger generals are going to be under piles of rocks. We'll probably find some while we're playing. I have not found a whisper hive since the tutorial with this guy, because you get one, it's basically a beehive in a tree. You set it on fire with your arrows, and then you bring it back to him. I have not found a single one since we did the tutorial with him. Mentioning Baird wanted me to post it. I swear Cash Patel looks like he's hiding the Epstein files up his ass moments before the interview. I would not be surprised. Oh. Buzz? Buzz buzz? Bear! Anyway. We're going down here. Oh wait, this better not put me inside the cave. Shit. Okay, thank God. Oh. Speaking of another secret thing. So there's various kinds of butterflies that you'll find here. These red ones, you kind of have to chase them back. You can see up there, there's like a little shrine. You go up here. And you got to chase them back to the shrine. Once they're here, though, see that sparks out? Okay, there's two. But with wind sense, I should be able... Oh, there it is. There's a trail. There they are. And you just kind of have to checkpoint them back to the shrine. To be fair, with the game being closed like 50% of the time, who knows? Wait, what? Was learning Tai Chi from the bear? Yeah, you learn Tai Chi from a bear and then you throw it into rocks. I'll show y'all Tai Chi in combat in just a minute. But yeah, this is another collectible version that can give you some good stuff. Okay. Down. Sadly, right now, we don't have any of the, like, crazy fun movements. But with the length of time that we'll have for stream, we can probably get there. Ooh, what are you? Whoop! Oh, those are people dying from fall damage. Oh, this is the miner. What you doing, buddy? You must be the famed Western miner, the one who sees through stone and soul alike. Wrong man, I can't read cold stones, let alone souls. I call on behalf of Dao Yui from the Artifacts Bureau. We humbly ask you to pass on your wisdom. Two of the kind, nothing but spineless fence sitters. Back when Emperor Shizong reigned, he treated them well, and now they're working for that usurper Zhao. Huh. The dude turned around and slandered Lord Wong in court, accusing him of corrupting court music by adding popular folk tunes. Tones? I understand, but I saw it myself after court. Long Zhong clutched his chest. Why can't I stop this? It just keeps going. This is the regular speed. Yeah, he needs his ore. Well, listen to another word from the lackey of the Dao family. Told me to leave the moment I spoke. Oh, shit. No, ugh. Wait, is he asking me what it's like? Wait, did I accidentally choose the right thing? Armor's working. Oh, giant Kuishing Lord Wong built for the 16-tone music still around. Never seen the Gu Quinn. Myself, the tavern readers say the palace still uses Wong Poos. Damn it! 16 tones, yes, 16. Court music used to follow only 12 tones, but when Lord Wong revised the system, he said the voice of the people, the voice of the emperor. Damn it! Ah! I give up. I give up. Like, the main story is usually voiced, but these are moving too fast. We follow the missions, chat. We follow the missions. Go on, get. Oh. Wait, 10 strikes? Oh, I have some. Not bad. How would you use it? Inlay it in sword, of course. And who will that sword be pointed at those who harm the innocent? If that person harms innocents but also brings good to the people, I suppose I would judge them separately. Punish the wicked, reward the good. Remember what you said today? Now go. You've already learned how to carve through stone? Okay, good. At least I already had copper on me. Clip it and read it later? Meh. Meh. It's fine. What are you guys doing up here? A disciple? Since I'm bound to find my senior uncle. I got injured by bands of no... Oh, okay. I don't have a healer. So there's two professions in this game. There's healer and there's... Oh, shit. What is it? Here, we can check. Professions. Healer and scholar. And right now I've only picked up scholar. 48? Damn. But yeah, there's another form of quote-unquote combat in this game that's basically a card game of slandering people, and it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. I like it. This game is like people reading out loud, I guess. It's like, I could scan it technically.
Step inside, step inside.
Okay. Bum, 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 bum. There is a battle pass. I did not get the premium stuff, which you can see, like, these are all the premium stuff that I'm not getting. This is what I am getting. Excellent. Yeah. I know you're gonna lord over me the things that I'm not gonna get, game. Scroll of poison. Oh, I leveled up. Okay then. Buddy's over there. Meow meow. Wait, meow meow, come back. Wait, appearance unlocked? Neat! I don't like it.
There's our man. There's our man. There's our boy.
The game shows you what you're not getting. Yep. Wait, what? Oh! This is the great light, one of the great lightness techniques. Fuck, it's gonna send me all the way to the other side of the map. God damn it, dude. Hi! Hi, Meow Meow. Did I nail it? Fuck. So yeah, you, oh, hi guys. Wait, where did it put me? Oh, there's the boundary stone down there.
Are there really clues about that assassin here?
Bitch. Okay. Wait, did I loot the other guy? I did not. Gimme. Okay. Boundary stone. This is your fast travel. What's up, Dreaded? You keep sitting. This is you popping out. Wait. Which scams? This game's cool right now. What's cooler, spending money for a prettier spear? Honestly, I think the weapons look pretty good already. So I don't really feel a need to. I regret having not grabbed that one. Fuck me, dude. All right. Thing is though, is this game says that it has fall damage. But oh hi guys. My bad. One of you could stay over there. Please and thank you. Bitch. Here, catch. Okay. I'm hoping we'll find another boss fight like the one that I had last night. Just so I can show y'all what boss fights are like, because they are so much fun. It's the Goonblin. Oh my god, it is the Goonblin. Hi, Goonblin. How are you doing? Head to a checkup. Have a good time, Dreaded. Hopefully it goes well. Thing is, too, is we do have a mount. Here, I can actually show him to you. He's green. He's really ugly. Oh god, there's more bandits. The thing is, though, is I can't quite figure out how to get him to, like, full-on gallop. Like, this is as fast as I can get him to go. Oh, that's the boundary stone I wanted.
Come here. Don't stir up the bandits.
Wait, are you talking to me? It says there's a
Will you?
refugee. It says there's a merchant here, but... Oh, hi, guys. Oh, look at me. This is not smoke you want, sir. Mistake. You know what we need to test? We need to test the fan. Okay, it makes a wall. Oh, it's solid. Oh god, the gong sound is just so loud in my ears. How we doing, buddy? Here. Catch! That's always satisfying. There's always just something funny to me, too, of using Tai Chi to throw them and then just leaping on their ass. No, you won't. I don't want the Goon Plague. What? The Goon Plague? Are we saying Tootsie's contagious now? Is that what's happening? Is Tootsie contagious? Do you too also become a Goonblin when you get bitten? You shrink down to what? 4-2? Oh no, this one has 3. Okay. Oh, there's a chest there. Oh, do I want the chest? I kind of want the chest. Chat, I want the chest. There's only one thing to do, chat. There's only one thing to do. Hi, boys! Okay. Wait, I didn't even hit him. Did he run out of stamina on his own firing his bow? Poke. Reminds me of older kung fu movies with the guy just go flying away. Yep. This game is very satisfying. The combat sounds are a little loud. I forgot that I was playing last night with the volume down really low. Oh, the butterflies, that's right. Although I also don't know how to sheath weapons. I feel like there should be a sheath weapon button. Anybody who's been playing this game, do y'all know? I ain't got a clue. Alright. One left. Is that a pitch pot? Oh god, it is. Okay, let's do the butterflies first. So I've only done this, like, whatever this is once. And it seems to just be throwing arrows into, what's the word? The bad joke out of the way. Seems like a game I would play a lot, but I don't know how much time I have to sink into it. I mean, right now, I don't know what the end game is for this game, nor what, like, the eventual complete max level is going to be. Because somebody said it's currently the max level is 50, but that's been increasing over time. So I know this is a mini game, but I also don't know what I get out of it. Okay. So there was a skill check there for some reason. Yes, you get drunk and then you throw arrows. Oh shit. It's my own fault. Oh, okay, that's new. Dual reticle, single aiming zone. Used to move the cursor and keep it inside the aiming circle. Dual aiming zone. What? Oh, is that keyboard? Do I have to move it with the keyboard? Oh, I do. Oh my god. Oh, god damn it. Are you serious? Okay, this is a lot harder. So the first one I did no problem. But now they're introducing the double shed. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, what the fuck? I lost. 60! Mama ain't raised no bitch. Mama ain't raised no bitch. Oh my god. Whew. Okay, there's the 30-point lead. Whew. Ad break. It's already been an hour? What? Okay. Okay, hold on. I didn't even realize it already been an hour. Hold on a second, guys. Let me get y'all something to play. We'll do stream pairs. Which I think I already have set up, maybe? Come on, load. Okay, there we go. All right. The Goonies being around. Okay, we don't need to take it too far. Tootsie's the Goonblin, that's the end of the question, okay? Okay. Tootsie, we already know you can't reach people. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh what? Nuh-uh what, princess? Also, hold on. I'm going to do some settings things. Oh. Auto reflex? What is approach cover? Enable cover sensing at specific positions. Oh, wait. Wait, that sounds awesome. Why is that not enabled by default? Oh. Yeah. I'm gonna be the best Scavo ever? Well, you're already the best Goomblin. Princess Scavo. I'll be the best Scavo ever. Sunstar, you're taking all my pairs. That's what Sunstar does. Sunstar doesn't actually look at the game. He just reads every viewer's mind and steals what they're thinking of. Don't you know? South Korea's 5. There you go, 5 and 1. 13 Switzerland. Sure, 45 and 39 was one pair. I'm pretty sure. Hold on, can I change audio? Skill voice? No, we're gonna disable that. Ambient volume, voice volume. Enhanced background audio. Oh, there's an in-game voice changer? What? Hold on. Chat, look at this. It's in-game voice changer right here. Original sound. Middle-aged man. Hold on. Let me stop the Spotify. Oh, that was me. It was already using my voice. Oh, wowzers. This is the second game in like God, was the last like month that's released with the built-in voice changer? Doesn't Arc Raiders have a voice changer? Huh. I wanted to see if I could do something like okay. Oh my god, that is so loud. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Everything else is probably okay. Damage numbers detailed? I don't. Taken by both enemies and the player. Yeah, we'll just do simplified. Guide. Lock player nearest, lock enemy.
Step inside.
Hello. Dokoro, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Badass I've always wanted to be. We knew Beef was a femboy. We already knew that. All right. Give me the things. Inner note chest. Okay. Give me the things. Journals. You. Oh, we hit level 3. Okay, so this is one of the things I was talking about. This is basically the level of progress you've done in an area. And this is the Afterglow pendant. So I have to get to level 4 to get the Afterglow pendant that I need to be able to do like the really far travel, basically. And then I can get a cool outfit. It's kind of goofy. I don't like the hair, but I kind of like the dress. I'm a gobbo, not a princess. Yes, you are. You are, in fact, a princess. Also, I wanted to check something. Oh, wait, did we hit 30? Oh boy. Okay. All right, chat. Time to teach you about one of the things that happens in this game. This game. Oh, expiration days. Has roamed the world. 5 days adventure solo mode level. Breakthrough is limited by expiration days. On day 6, the limit lifts, allowing you to catch up quickly. Are you telling me I'm maxed out? What? Wait. I'm the Secretary of Gobos? Sure. Can I... Resets daily at 1500, so 3 o'clock. So 3 hours from now, I'm capped for 3 hours? Fuck. Oh no. Chat, we fucked up. Son of a bitch. Why? Wait, why did they do that? This just reminds me of fucking Skyforge. That like you could basically do the weekly fucking catch up in like 30 minutes. And you would have the rest of the week to just be stuck at cap. Why did they do it day by day though? Why wouldn't they let the people that just joined the game just go? Okay, so this is what I was saying. See how this says level 3 observe, level 4 roaming? This is the level of like your world overall. This is basically a like a limitation kind of thing, but a thing that as you progress through it, of course, it guarantees to give you like the gear so that you are always roughly at the level you should be. But also, sorry, I'm looking at the name of the gear and stuff. Does it matter though? Wait, which part? Sorry. AI chat NPCs are interactable characters in the Where Me's Win players can interact with and talk to them. They're scattered across the world. You'll know if they're... Huh? Wait, that's a thing? I mean, it's just a chat bot. It's not like it's Chat GPT, I'm pretty sure. Right? I was gonna say, yeah, is it just like... Also, I forget how I'm supposed to get this. Okay. Oh, arena. PvP, anyone? Oh. Thing is, though, is we don't have enough of the skills to be able to go do the PvP stuff, methinks. But yeah, this is also all of the like extra abilities. So, like Tai Chi is the one you saw me using. Cloud Steps is the one that I did to like lunge at people. And then Meridian Touch. But all of these actually have different uses outside of combat, which I always thought was kind of interesting. And they can be upgraded. It's just... Okay, gotta be level 41. Jesus. Do I have all of these maxed out? Oh, looks like I do. Darn. Okay, then. Well, chat, it seems like I fucked up. I mean, oh, skill at hand. Oh, okay, that was the one that I got a second ago. Solve 10 Meow Meow puzzles. I guess we just do what we're gonna do. Or, wait, can I change menu time? Time. I don't think this is gonna work. I don't think this is gonna count. Because it said local time. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't count. It specifically says local time. For the first 5 days of adventure, solo mode level breakthrough is limited by expiration days. On day 6, the limit lifts. So can I go to multiplayer? No, I don't want to roll back. It's not you. Who knows the method to get to the section where it lets you choose between... It's not in social. Yes, the discipleship. Interesting. Sworn. Huh. Interesting. Intimacy. Oh. Oh. Huh. But... Oh, okay. This is the outfit I wanted. This is the outfit I was messing around with in the when we were doing character creation. I just like the fur. Chat, do you ever just want to be a scheming eunuch? You ever just want to be a scheming eunuch? Chat is my legion of scheming eunuchs. 100%. This is the disciple one. Oh, wait, that's cute. Huh. Oh, pose workout. Okay. Seek out maidens in this game too? Yes, yes you can. But you do it with your fellow players. Thing is though, I'm wondering if I swap to... There it is. Online mode. Online mode level 5. Ooh. Increased level 6 and... Blade out level cap is the level 11. Is there a separate... Would I be free from the level cap at the time? Fuck it, we gonna learn today. Where did you put me? Where did you put me? Also, how the hell do I get rid of my own name over my head? Display? Other? Social log. When enabled, dyeing outfit appearances and reforging weapon appearances requires secondary password verification. Huh. Interesting. Immersion mode. In immersive mode, all main UI elements are hidden. Players can still battle and explore as usual. That's kind of cool. But I want to turn off... I don't know why this isn't under other instead of like having a social page or something. If had players convince NPCs that they're fathers to the PC's child and various other things just see how deranged they could be, it's... What? Show other players' models in solo mode. Show other players' shadows in solo mode. No? I just want to get rid of my name. Display chat channel messages in the HUD with quick access to emotes. Exploration in solo mode only shows chat interface. To talk, you need to enter your verification code. Every X amount of walking, you'll need to re-enter your verification to ensure you really... Well, no, this is like a good thing, just in case, like, you don't want to accidentally do any of these things. That's what I think is, like, probably the best reason to have these, is, like, you don't want to accidentally unname or change discipleships or transfer things. When enabling exiting legend / hardcore difficulty mode requires secondary password verification. Totally fine. Gift giving between friends requires secondary password verification. Again, it's just one of those things that'll be like, I hit enter. Oh, wait, I didn't mean to do that. But instead it pops up with a password. So it's like, oh, wait, I can rethink my idea. But damn it. Is there really no way to get rid of my name over the top of my head? I kind of hate it. There's no chance it'll accidentally happen? Probably, but it's at least something useful to have. Plus, it's like all disabled right now. So it's disabled by default. Hold on, do I need to... Oh, you can't see this, it's separate. I was gonna see if I can connect it to Twitch, because I know there's drops for this game. Just don't be stupid, but I'm not complaining about optional stuff. Yeah. Do I need to turn on immersive mode? I kind of like to see my interface a little bit. Thing is, though, I've never run into them. I haven't seen them, and like, I don't really have much of an incentive for myself to go find them. Because you did say that they're just randomly about, right? Is there something else? It wasn't in display. Definitely not going to be here. I feel like it was going to be in here. So here's interface settings. What is in-game banner? Ghost notification will not be displayed as a banner. Okay. You know, let's take away some of this interface. Invitation settings, social preferences. Could they be under custom settings? No. Hi, Pyro. How are you doing? A list I found with their locations is incomplete. More than likely, if they're just random NPCs, there's probably a lot more than like people aren't recording. Auto join guild Windtail Lounge. I still don't know what those are. Signpost storage. Oh well, fuck it, I guess. I guess I just gotta suffer with my annoying as shit name over my head. Alright, let's see. Does it still give us 5 animal frolics? Blessed Lands? Pardon Parade? Oh, the Pardon Parade. I saw a video of this. Apparently, when you're in multiplayer, you can do illegal things. And one of the ways you can get out of jail after you do it is by getting in what is basically a cart, and they cart you around the city and let other players throw rotten fruit at you. Huh. There's a partnership lady. Multiplayer campaign. Okay. Wait. Okay. Allow server cross-server matchmaking. Thing is, so does this still leave me capped? This is level 16. What am I at? I'm at 30. Okay. So this is the only one I have to do. What is Smart Assist? Learning things, because there's so many features in here. Spent like 160 hours in jail and got an achievement for it. That's hilarious. Game of the Year best feature? Which one? Healer needed. Oh. Okay, go back. Oh, what is Smart Assist? 1 to 4 players, group up. I'd rather group up. Okay. Wait, I can queue as tank? Oh. Wait, go back. We need to... Oh, wait. It was... Ah, damn it. I shouldn't have done that. Here, go here. Go back here. Go back to develop. Swap here. Stormbreaker. Switch. Develop. Okay. And then we can go back. Okay, I can select both. Yeah, I don't have any of the healing ones. Means nothing anywhere but Silksong, obviously. No, everybody knows Expedition 33 is going to win the Game of the Year. I don't know. It's no big deal. I was going to say, we'll see what the matchmaking's like. We'll see how long it takes. Is sweeping? I feel like it's going to sweep. It's in, what was it, 22 categories for the Game Awards? I'm pretty sure it was in the most categories. Why, to confirm. Also, yes, I specifically took the farm lady portrait on purpose because I thought it was funny. Oh. Oh, is this just a boss fight? This is a tutorial boss. You missed. Okay, this is goofy. Ooh. Am I delayed in parrying? Also, why does the interface look different in the bottom corner? Get out of there. Oh, I should just swap some of my Mystic abilities because they do not work for this. Oh. Interesting. It's just a beat 'em up fest at this point. I thought it was gonna be like a full dungeon thing or something. Oh. Oh, bad touch. Poke, 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 poke. You know, I could have been doing this whole time. Oh. Ooh. Can I... There's no left charge. Okay, this is me testing out the fan. I kind of like the umbrella more, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, is that the audio breaking? Y'all heard that, right? It sounds like the audio breaking. Is that gold? I think that was gold. So in this game, like I said, you can parry just about everything, but occasionally a boss weapon will turn gold and you can't parry those. Get my shit tossed, dude. Thing is, was that the tank? Why can't I turn my camera? Oh, duh, 'cause I'm stupid and I turned on the camera lock. Hold on, what is the fan heavy? It's a dash? Or wait. Wait. Okay, it is dash. I just got knocked away for a second. Ow. Yoink? Okay. I guess. Interesting. Oh, okay, I have to be 4 to take more than one at one time. Cosmetic chest, tier 16 path chest. Huh. Open all the things. Oh. Oh. Wait, what? They'll strike Silkbind. Fuck it. Oh. Okay. Then how do I leave? Is it here? Leave team. Please tell me this works just like WoW. Okay. What game is this? This is Where Winds Meet. It's a free MMO on Steam. Completely free. As long as you're willing to give up 99 gigs. Return to quest scene. Need to enter solo mode. Okay. What else is there to do, though? Combat outpost, joint battle. That can be done. Hold on. You know what we need to do? We need to check the inventory of all the shit we just got, because Jesus. Talents? Oh. Oh, we got boss talents. Okay. Without getting knocked away by Wind Strike's wind zone. Huh. Claim your reward. Okay. Yeah, it's a, what games is it's 100 gig file is what it is. Oh no. All right, hold on. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted gear. Slightly different one. Oh, you're literally identical. This one actually has a better set bonus, but shield duration extended by 2 seconds. Shield duration? Is somebody hitting me? No, apparently not. Okay. No, I want the bag so I can open all of these. Oh, cosmetics. Inner way. Okay. Oh. Money bag. Herbs, bells. Ooh. Any other chests? Quest items. Currencies. Good news, the new NPC can handle you. What? Huh? The new PC can handle you. Oh, that's awesome. Holy shit. Wait, it actually can? I didn't break the brand new PC? The game file size is nuts. I mean, look at the detail. I mean, at least it's not Call of Duty, but I would say 99 gigs is fucking lots. And originally when Luma told me that it was 99 gigs, I was like, oh God. And then I realized I had a bunch of games that I haven't played in like years and probably weren't coming back to that were still installed from back when I like first got Steam. I was like, all right, well, we'll uninstall those. I was like, well, okay, I have enough space now. True, it does seem like it's really using them. But let's see. Your notes. Oh, some of these require a higher level. That's why they're not up here. Oh, they all require a higher level. Still find jade tips. Use breakthrough. Okay. I like my umbrella. Has become my new personality. Oh no. I can get a decent ring or it's just hope for a drop. It really is just hope for a drop closer. From what I can tell, it's just hope for a drop. Like you can run stuff. I mean, I just did one of the What was it? The boss things? Also, what is it? Oh, it's this. Bounty token. Don't know what you're for. Will any of these things tell me? Oh, nope. Those are the cosmetic tokens. 360 to get something. Damn. I really like this one. Oh, she's wearing pants! Wow. She's wearing pants under it. That's unusual for other Wuxia MMOs. Let you post bounties? Oh, gotcha. Okay. I'm still very much overwhelmed by a lot of the stuff they have here. Oh, this is the guild introduction. I already did this, but I didn't like... Leisure? Exploration? Huh. Cool. Categorize guilds. Interesting. I'm gonna wait. It's like, I didn't join a faction. I didn't join a guild. I didn't do any of those things. Side job systems in it? Yerp. Hey, listen, if a bunch of people started playing this, I would make like a Dark Carnival guild. Why not? Just realized I'm wearing an antique and not something with actual stats. Are you still wearing the original ring? Are you still wearing the original ring you started the game with? I think it was this one, the simple wooden ring. I'm here for the Dark Carnival Guild. Listen. Oh, gotcha. No, I'm still very early on, and I just ran into the wall of I can't progress because I'm stuck at level cap. I am now stuck at level cap until 3 o'clock in 2.5 hours. Hey, Hectic, how are you doing? Hectic, you never sent me the work that you were doing on that one class. Where is it, Hectic? Where is it, Hectic? Grabby hands, grabby hands. I'm leveling, to be honest, because it forced me to not just beeline and leveling. It lets me explore. I know, but I like getting the experience and stuff from doing it. I guess that we can go do some of the other side stuff back in solo mode. Actually, really quick, we're gonna do one more run of this. We'll just keep his DPS this time. We'll just BS it this time. Oh, I'm the highest level one here. Huh. It's gonna be embarrassing when I don't have the highest damage.
É, tipo, isso só pra indicar que, tipo, você ganha créditos. É porque tem, tipo, várias lojas. Aí tem, tipo, a lojinha do Pop. A loja...
Vou bater nele, sim. Nossa, eu vou ter, tipo, meio lag.
I can fly! Come on, target him. Also, yes, the umbrella is the ranged weapon, just in case you're confused by what I'm doing. Its first hit is always like an area around you, but it shoots ranged. I can throw the umbrella. I forgot about that. Get back here, Chuckle Fuck! I got killed by a parasol user in PvP. They just flew around and shot little darts at me the whole time. Listen, that's what I keep hearing from people is apparently the parasol is really good for PvP. Because almost every person I've watched a stream of playing this game basically says at some point they get absolutely dusted. Is nobody gonna... Is nobody gonna execute on him, it seems?
Meios.
I think I was slightly too far away. That was embarrassing. Okay. Also, hold on. Yeah, I think I was hot miking. I don't know for sure. Why did you come closer? Why? I still haven't fully figured out the combo to trigger the, like, leap up. Okay, that didn't work. I'm noticing that the heavy combo... Oh, shit, I got knocked by the wind wall. Jesus! I could really use some healing. I could use... Yeah, the audio for that is definitely broken. Oh no, he's downtown. You know what? Fuck this. He immediately gets juggled. Also, this other person that's using the umbrella. Get back on the ground, triple fuck! God damn it. I clicked the wrong button. I clicked R when I meant to hit E. Needs more DACA? It does kind of need more DACA. You are correct. Just heavy spam. Heavy spam for a second while he's down. Bad touch. That's the gold light that I was talking about earlier. Oh, bad touch. Get away from the people when you have that, dude. He did that the last time he had it too. He just runs in. Whoop! Damn it. Also, this is the, this is technically also the tutorial boss. I ran into that one. How many times can you run into a hurricane? I don't know, but I'll find out. Why is he aggroed onto me? I am, oh my god. Okay. I'm a little sad that I can't Tai Chi bosses because it'd be so fucking funny. Oh, that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. Give me the goods. Give me the goods. Yoink. We did Silk Bind last time, so we'll do Umbra. Oh shit, we got dual blades. Oh, we got like all weapons. Got almost all weapons. God damn. And pretty much just for things we don't have skills for. I took it. It's going pretty good. I'm enjoying this game. Exit, leave team. Unfortunately, we are currently stuck at our level max for 2 hours? Yeah, 2 hours, 15 minutes. Corrupt Solar, something they asked your model is? Eldritch Ringleader? Oh, here. Do we need, what else do we need? We need the back eyes. Monster mouth. Satisfying. Tongue. A little bit of tongue. A little bit of tongue. Anyway. Umbrella needs more DACA. I know it needs more DACA. I know it needs more DACA. A little bit of tongue is euphemism? Of course it is, Ren. Sukuna was freaky. Isn't Sukuna freaky to start with? Happened yesterday on Bane? What? Y'all had a D&D campaign in general? What did y'all do? Oh, hey, we got 2. Works for me. Works for me. Although we also get a title, apparently, if we level... What is this? Defeat him in Sword Trial, Formless, Mountain Pass, or Ocean of Vengeance without getting knocked away by Wind Strike. Deflect 5 times within a single Whirlwind Frenzy cast. Okay, I'm guessing that's the like, multi-wind buffeting thing. Defeat him 3 times and claim the award. Christ. Oh, this was the boss. This was the boss that I fought last night before I went to bed. The Lucky 17 is his name. But why can't I? Dream Gymming Pool. Can I? 41? Why is it 41? I've already done his boss fight before. Was I just like way further ahead than I was supposed to? Was that the deal? Good. Oh, this is the... Okay, Ocean of Vengeance is... I wonder, is it a 3 boss rush or is it 3 bosses at once? I don't like that. That's kind of scary. Oh, I don't even have... My martial mastery isn't even high enough. Damn it. Campaign challenge. I've done this though. No. This is a different version, I think. No, this is the right place. Oh. For the lingering one. Huh. You know what? Yeah, we haven't explored this entire area before. So... where is... we'll go back to solo mode. Seems like we're stuck. Regardless. So we'll just go back to solo mode. Sad no TTS for me to send the Ford's fun facts through. Oh no. Her own Discord shenanigans. Listen, when I wake up in the morning and there's more than 100 messages in the general chat, I'm not gonna read that. It's way too long to catch up, especially after I just wake up.
The Drunken Immortal Month celebrations await. Come taste parting tears during
The what? Oh, that's right. We never went to that guy. We were down there by him when we accidentally got teleported all the way fucking back. And fuck it, wall of text, wall of text, wall of text. Listen, some things happen, okay? They just happen. Okay. Did that earlier. Oh, chest. Oh, tiny chest. Stored experience. Okay, that's good. Okay, that's fine with me. For folks in general? Oh, no. Alright, so this is the lumberjack that we were looking for. Chop down more trees before you bother me? Can I even chop down trees? I was not aware that was a thing I could do. That's not what I wanted. I did not want to climb the tree. Can I just... oh. Okay. Okay, that one doesn't have any impact. So I don't think these big trees have impact. And then it fades away. Oh. Submit tin timber. Oh, I'm pretty sure I have tin timber. Hell yeah, I do. Steal the booba, make a comeback? Ooh. I think I'd more terrorize you with it. A relax gets nicked from real work. You meant the axe? I just got this one. It's brand new. I brought this keepsake at hopes they'll pass your craft to the Artifacts Bureau in Kaifeng. Come on. I'll teach you the way of the Warren Blade. How direct you are. Grab your axe, follow me. You're chopping 100 trees today. Fuck. Okay. Spent 12 hours alongside Ning Junwang, chopping down 100 trees until you were left dizzy and seeing stars. Great. We need to talk to him again. Just little... no! Here's made a tougher stuff than that. If we'd all lay down and rest, we'd left to dig up timber and build homes for the people. Before Kaifeng was rebuilt, commoners slept under tarp shelters, praying it wouldn't snow or rain. Ordered to expand the city, merchants hoarded all the stone and wood, hoping to sell it for 10 times its worth. Kirby and the MMO? What do you mean Kirby and the MMO? What scares mariners? What does that mean? Y'all are the ones who freak out more than anyone else when I take it away. I did. I just supposedly got the hang of it. I really can't swing this axe anymore. Would you say something your master tell you? Are you? He's still in Kaifeng. Maybe he can't bear to leave that city either. Take your time, master. I truly must be off now. Okay. Well, you don't, but a lot of other people in chat do. Do I need to bring back the toggle where the black sclera goes away?
Mama, look, I'll dance for you.
Girl, where's your parents?
Mama says when she is tired, she sees me dance and feels all better. Are you tired? Want me to dance for you too?
Oh no, is this one of the AI? Oh god, it is, isn't it? This is one of those AI NPCs, isn't it? Because she's talking, and that is definitely the sweet little girl voice changer. Those are eyes, those aren't boobs? Okay, but what if I did take them away? It wouldn't have gotten redeemed if it wasn't popular? True. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's one of the AI NPCs, so I'm not really gung-ho on raising that friendship level. Okay. I'm pretty sure that one's colored because we finished it. Like how this one isn't colored in. All right. I guess we're running. Oh, dear God, up the mountain. Fuck. Did not accidentally put licks the first time? What? But this glare is so cool. Oh, hi guys. What are we doing? Bitch. Oh, hey, what you doing, buddy? Just waiting your turn. Rude. Come on. Hell yeah. All right, do we need to test and see what the tank spear is like? Switching one for another? Wait, what? One horror for another? What are we doing? Dead. Anyway, guys, it's also broad daylight. Why do you have torches? Wait, what are those? Oh, is that a mantis? Oh, it is the mantis. Get your chuckle fuck ass back here. Yeah. All they do is jump somewhere else and you can pick them up again. Is this the way? No, this is the Palace of Annals. Annals! That I've already been to. Anyway. So I think we need to go all the way around it. I think? Question mark? Snoop Todd. Snoop. Fry Ling Po? What? You know, we're gonna do the dangerous method. Which is just, you know, the Skyrim method. Marin Corporation? No, we're not incorporated yet. Sadly. Oh, this is the boundary stone we saw before, which means... Oh, they're not here. Huh. Why are there so many fallen signposts here? Oh, shit! Never mind, I found out why. Oh, there's a ballista up there. Missed. Hi, guys. No more endurance. Hi, guys. Oh my god. Oh my god, die! Whoops. Okay. Okay. We're fine. I didn't die. I just need to make sure I actually have my healing potion selected. Oh, you just collapsed? I guess? I also need to remember to constantly be picking up the embers and stuff from these braziers. Because having them... Wait, what are you? So this is usually the thing that is one of the gate openers. But I guess it's just reused for a lot of things. I guess. Oh, ad break. Oh, shit. Nobody dink-donked me? Damn, chat. You're slacking today. Worker-owned Carnival of Horrors? I am technically an employee at the Carnival of Horrors. Just experienced fall death? Damage death? Oh, you just died from fall damage? Alright, I'm gonna give you one of these. I'll be back in just a second. Because I need to run... I'm gonna find something to nibble really quick. Oh, it's not letting me fucking go to VTube Studio. Alright, there we go. Have fun, kids! Okie dokie. What'd I miss? Sorry, I found some chicken. I found some chicken and rice in the fridge. And I had a couple spoonfuls. Numbers. Yes, numbers. $14, I think. Hey, Morocco's 13. Oh, damn it. There we go. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, shit, I forgot. I forgot the ones I was looking for. Quit stealing my parents' right as they type them. Gotta type faster. Just gotta type faster. Hi, Sushi. Thank you for hanging out. Oh my goodness. All right, let's put this away. All right. Back to... I guess... Oh, hello. I see you. Oh. There's another ballista. Who we hunting? No one. No one. Damn, I guess that guy just never aggroed on me. Wait, did you just flicker? Refined iron ore. Wait. Yeah, I went in here before. I went through this palace. No. Okay, I shouldn't have to go through this dungeon last time. Let me through. Let me through. Hold on, regen stamina, regen stamina. Uh-oh. 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 Woo. Woo. Luckily, I'm a Skyrim horse. Okay, it wasn't the outside of this whole area. Oh, hey. The hell are you? Oh, those look like the red mist things. Can I shoot you? No. Press 2-time jump in red place? 3 times not. Oh. Oh. Okay. I see. Alright, sir, what are you doing standing on the road? The Great Eastern. Did you seek my wisdom? Yes, that's exactly why I came. Get out. Oh, fuck. Everybody hates me. Holy Ubisoft UI? Kind of. Since I'm updating your model? Sure. I can do that again. Oh, no, you want to post it again. Sure, if you want to. I'm kind of scared to see how much jiggle you gave it. You take care of those children? Okay. Yes, we're going back up the mountain. What are you doing up here? Oh, taking a bunch of wild ginseng. Okay. Anything else of interest up here? Why is there a signpost up here? Oh, just a view. Oh my god. And then it fades into night. Darn. Darn. Took me out for some reason. Listen, it is, in fact, Ren, so there's no telling. You just have to understand whose models Ren has made for the question of how much jiggle he is given. Because these are stiff. They better be absolutely wicked out once the get-go type shit. Fuck you, Sunstar. I did also make the promise that I would have to make a special redeem for Ren in exchange. Stiff merit confirmed. Well, the idea was that, like, I wanted to make it not seem like there was meat or flesh under here, but that it was more like a skin or a disguise than anything. Because, like, the idea is I don't bleed. You cut me open, there's just, like, a void and a bunch of eyes staring back at you. Is that it? Can we go all the... Actually, hold on. I need to go get this boundary stone. We'll probably get a bunch of the boundary stones while we're down here just because I haven't been to this area. Yeah, we'll go get that. Back Mountain. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What if we broke Back Mountain? Mountain Dweller. Oh, you have a wavy thing. I think you're another one of the NPC things. Oh. Wait, what is that? Oh, there's snakes. Doesn't matter. I got the loot, no problem. Oh, uh-oh. Hi, guys. I'm just here to take your shit. You know, that wasn't what I was aiming for, but that's okay. Catch. You're annoying. Oh, he didn't get stunned. Oh, smidgen of health. That's not allowed. Anyway, I do also like that because we're using like a fire spear. Oh, no, there's nothing in here. That's so we had the what? What? Cool details, last idea. That was what I did, but it didn't really land with most people, it seems. Oh, there's another one over here. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Because we get these and we'll actually be able to get skills from the oddities guy, which I actually have not been keeping my eye out for stone stacks. Oh, and there's another mantis over there. Hell yeah. All right, where are you going? Yoink. Awesome. Okay, new teleport. There's more refined iron here. Oh, this is a bear. Oh, no. Excuse me, sir. That is very rude. All right, fine. We'll do the fight. No. Oh, he got the hit on. And it's not doing anything. There you are, Commander. Where'd you come from, sir? That's right, Mr. on the horse. You should probably run the opposite direction.
A fat sheep must be slaughtered without delay.
Is that you?
Sorry if I'm being blunt, but I don't just talk to anyone.
That was not the
that
voice
face
I
of
expected to
yours.
come out of you. Flash the courtroom Baron art? Oh no. Wait, also, Rin, how many sizes did you do? Wait, what have you done? You said you were gonna do sizes and we never even talked about what sizes those were gonna be. My face?
You're quite good looking, I'll admit. But there's a dark shadow over your forehead. If you keep
It's called being
going
tired.
down this path, trouble may follow. Sorry if I'm being blunt.
Oh, you're interacting with an AI bot. Get this shit out of here. The bigger the jiggle, the better. I haven't actually done sizes of Rin. How could you? Size? Listen, I was not asking for bigger. I actually wanted smaller. I wanted like half the size, if that's possible. Please and thank you. What is it trying to tell me here? It says that there's something, but I don't. I don't think it's arena. Don't really want to do PvP yet. That's as much as I can scroll. Out of curiosity, does anybody know how to get more of the key? Ooh. Huh. I guess I never found the chest for that one. Where was it? The keys to be able to go, like, do other skill thefts and stuff. Flash to the Kuro model? Listen, it's fine. Please don't take away my snackies, so you won't get snackies until it's done. No, the thing is, the model was not drawn to be able to have, like, flats. So that's not a possibility with this one. Could be with the summer one, though. Could be with the summer one. Wait, what is this question mark down here? Oh, it's over here. Did y'all all eat bad mushrooms? Sure, 2 people were here? Oh, tracks up here. They must have crossed to the other side. Oh, he didn't actually move. Okay. Also, I just realized that those mantises actually do show up on the map, and I am, in fact, blind as fuck. Well, the duel hasn't even started, Quincy. Why did you invite me here? Don't tell me you wanted to go boating? 4 have debated for over a month. Tell me who do you think would win this contest? Hate to admit it, but probably that annoying humble monk. Once that Baldy starts talking, he sticks like glue. Humble monk isn't a true Buddhist. He has respect for the teachings, but not understanding like a floating weed without roots. Not a threat. He mentioned the simpleton has a rather clear mind. A few words from him and I'm speechless. Okay. Doesn't really feel like anything. Feels like a stray conversation. Kuro lore, big. Unfortunately, Kuro doesn't really do much of that, although I do know he's currently rigging Aphrodite's new model. Oh, good lord. That is really far away. Also, there's a mantis over here and a cave underwater. Okay, maybe we'll go check that out in a minute. First things first, though, I want this mantis. I think it's... Oh. Hey, guys. Shut up. Wait. Wait. Oh, this is the cave. What are you? Just so far out here in the middle of nowhere. Divine Craft Dungeon. Swallow Light. New Divine Craft? Ooh. Okay, because the only one we have right now is fire. And I would honestly rather have any other one than fire. Oh, what are you here for? Hi, too much RPG players. Miyazaki would have put a chest here. Oh my god. I've been bamboozled. I've been bamboozled. Score one of the... Well, no, Aphrodite is the VTuber who was known for doing the Black VTuber Awards and having a gigantic breast expansion toggle that she triggered mid-award show. Which is characteristically looked down upon in the VTuber community. Well, I would say it was queenship if it didn't weird everyone out. Because it became kind of a big thing when it happened. Not the situation did, but the Black VTuber Awards became kind of a big thing. And when she was announcing the winners and stuff, and she would do like, congratulations, and like did like clapping, she would toggle it and they would just go flapping everywhere. Ooh. Okay. Water. I think I fucked up. Why are we here? It's fine, I guess. Question mark. Uh-oh. Please tell me that just puts me... Okay, it does put me at the hero's tomb. Oh, I see what I'm supposed to do. Nice. I hit the wrong button. Oh. Okay, then. When Mox crashes near the tent, listen. You're playing on legend difficulty? I don't think so. I don't even know what that is. I saw it in listing, but I don't know exactly what it is. What is legend difficulty? Oh no. Nothing over here, just light. Jump! No, let's not. I'm kind of scared. Wait, what does this say? You have triple jump and dash? Okay. Okay. Oh my god, I'm glad I made that one. Nope. Okay. Hello? Oh, I was out of stamina. I couldn't even dash. Damn it. Okay. And there's a whole bunch of assist requests here, which probably means that there's a fight. Need a healer? Use umbrella to fly. Oh yeah, I forgot that was a thing. Oh no, I'm gonna run out of stamina. Oh, I thought it was out. Thought it was out. You wish me as a friend, Twitch -2 in name. Mine's the same name as it's always been. If you want to add me, I can add y'all in. Baron Poppins, listen. I'm doing my best. Oh, 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 what the fuck? Okay. I'm kind of scared. Let's do this. I didn't miss anything else, did I? Is this the final reward? Oh, it is. You know, I kind of thought I was going to get a skill at the end. Nothing to find up here. He climbed up on top of the temple. Okay, I guess we did get everything in here. I was busy in the ghost market. What's the name so I can add? It's my same name. The same name everywhere. Same name everywhere, baby. Oh, wait, I'm going the wrong direction. And to think that I was coming over to this island just to get a mantis. And instead we did a whole dungeon. We still need to get the mantis, which... a lot of bad guys on this island. Wait, there's a signpost here? Prayers to the soul who passed here? What does that mean? What does that mean? Okay. I can't look straight up. Yet no talkers. They're really what's weird. No one wants to join in a chat. In what? What are you talking about? You're scaring them, Beef? How am I scaring them? What are you talking about? In the game? I'm stuck. Why am I stuck? Get down. Oh, I think I hear him. Oh! There's a mushroom. Oh no, there's a ballista right there. The Discord? Wait, there's a bunch of people joining the Discord? That's strange. Oh, well, Lily as artist. Sunstar, did you already shoot them? Sunstar, do the thing. Yeah, there's somebody that joined the server named Lily as artist. 1-1, I think, or 0-1. Just, you know. Where'd the rest of you come from? Oh my goodness. Am I hitting the bells? Is that what I'm hitting? Okay. Oh, okay. It wasn't the, Wait, where are they? Oh, they're up there. Oh, do I need to wait to put my weapon away? Does anybody know how to sheath weapons? Did post a funny though? You? How do I sheath weapons? Does anybody know that? You hit a posture break? Oh. There we go. Yeah, I don't think when I have my weapon out, it's letting me do triple jump. Am I still not jumping high enough? Oh yeah, Moblade's also a giant slab of iron. Also, there's some really interesting buildings here that I've not... Wait. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Well, I was hoping I could... See, I can see it, but I'm not getting high enough air. Does it want me to go on top of here instead? Oh. Whew. Okay. Why did I stand up? Why do the characters stand up after they do an execution? Okay. How do I get off? F. I'm nosy, chat. We gotta go in the big building. I've murdered a lot of people so far. Is Marin meeting wins? I'm meeting all the wins. Guys, what are y'all doing up there? Skill arts up ahead. Go to the Hawk's Nest down below cliff. I was here. Hold on. Fishing contest. Fuck that. There's something else here. Oh, I think it's actually up there. What you guys doing up there? No, I guess it's all the way down there. Oh, hi! You'll just decided to come down. Bitch. Whoop. Oh, I forgot these guys make monkey noises for some reason. Oh, they are monkeys. Oh. Oh. Okay. Why do they sound like monkeys? Ariat Pavilion. Madam Han's kid. Look after Lucky 17, please. Oh. I may have already killed him yesterday. Well, I guess that was all that's in here. There doesn't seem to be an obvious way up. There's usually stairs somewhere. Okay. Hi, monkey. Oh my god. Not generic monkey noises. Good lord, what the hell is that? Oh. Restricted. Also, what is... Oh. Oh! Duh. I just got turned around. I'm back at the same place I was before.
Oh, it's you. Did you get it? The thing they...
Oh, yeah, I did. I forgot to come back and talk to him before.
Let me be equally honest. There are two legendary figures in Qinghe. One is Tian Ying, the assassin who did the breeze post job, and the one I need to kill is him.
Mara brings dire news. Are you pregnant?
Many years ago, I took a
Are you pregnant?
contract
Is
to
that the
kill
problem?
him.
What did
When
you
his
do?
sword pierced me back then. It seemed to glow.
Come
Didn't say a
on,
word
come
to me.
on, let's step into the macabre
became
halls of the
obsessed.
Dark Carnival.
El Presidente has come in. Mara, how is
Kill him.
Tropico? Oh no, El Presidente in Tropico 6. Oh no, how was your dictatorship? Did you have a good time? Like climbing the highest
Yes.
mountain?
So there's no money in this job. I'm
He
only
sounds
trying to
weirdly like
kill him
Matthew
for these
Mercer.
trivial reasons.
Of
If you
course,
still
Mara
wanna
leaves
join
Kami.
me,
Oh no!
Find me halfway.
Well, I
up
hope you had a good
Jake
time.
Mountain.
Welcome in,
I'll tell you the
Raiders. You have a good
secret behind the
stream?
legend.
Did you get in any trouble? Did you burn anything down? That is very important. But welcome in. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Mara. I'm the ringleader of the Dark Carnival. I usually play games that are dark, spooky, and terrifying. Oh yeah, there's our ballista guys up there. We're gonna go somewhere else. We're gonna go turn in a bunch of these oddities that we got. Because we have a bunch. But we are currently playing the new free MMO, Where Winds Meet. No, it is not sponsored. Yes, I am having fun. I am enjoying the shit out of this game. Was learning the ropes. Ooh, first time playing Tropico. I don't think I've ever played Tropico. Also, there's the bear. All right, buddy. No, I don't want to steal his coin purse. I want to talk to him. I want to unlock more abilities. Please and thank you. Four? Damn. Damn. Yeah, we'll just do one of these. Oh, wait, I should have done that one. Oh, well. Oh, well. That's okay. Let's check really quick. Here they are, inner ways. Because we unlocked one of them. And I've been holding a bunch of books. Oh, what do you do? Basic buff. Increase max range of Assassin Mystic skill, Touch of Death. Oh! Okay, so the Assassin Mystic skill, Touch of Death is what we've been using to assassinate people. Wait, it's an MMO? Yes, it is. I'm just playing in solo mode right now. Tropico 30 years ago, so her horn wasn't that green, but there's actually a bit of moss. Untrimmed green. Shut up! You fucking dork. Casting exhaustion. Execution skill. Okay. Less likely to suffer stagger effect when attack. Invalid when the attack comes from a boss or player. Oh, these are both pretty decent. I think I'll just wait till we get the level. Oh yeah, we get it after we do the next roaming thing. It's just is perfecting her ranged sass attack. I'm using a ranged weapon, but I'm using it in melee range, which is even funnier. Oh. Okay. What do I have that's new? I have a new avatar thing. Oh wait, I could be spiffy. No, I still kind of like my goofy, like, farmer. My farmer one. I like the swallow one better. Don't take that out of context. Take care of the Barisium visitors. Well, thank you, Mara. If you need to go get food or anything, go. Oh, it's 4 a.m.? Yeah, go to bed, go to bed, go to bed, go to bed. Do more, but she underestimated how tired she was. It's totally okay. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm glad you enjoyed Tropico. First, weaponized autism, now weaponized sass. Science has gone too far. Oh, yeah, my sass has always been weaponized, though. Y'all should know that by now. Okay. Hi, Bear. Where are you going? Where are you running from? Okay. Here, let's go see if we can find some more. Oh, yeah. We definitely can. Wait, there's one right here. It says there's one right here. Oh, they're in this pile of pots. There's the dagger general in there. Okay, so they're not just in rocks or bricks. Fuck off, Hawk. Oh, there you are. Amius? Who's Amius? Anybody? I'll accept it for now. That's me? Okay, good. Let me know if you're going to send me an invite, because it looks like they're kind of timed, maybe. Unless, maybe. Can I go to my social thing? Friend? Nope, doesn't seem like it. Oh, no, I just didn't know, because it looks like it has, like, a limited window. So I wasn't sure. There's a pile over here. Although... Oh, okay, there was one in there. It just didn't have an icon. Hey guys, don't look at me. Don't look at me. Okay, there's a couple this way. We're doing oddity collecting so we can fill out the oddity specs, because they actually have progression in them, which I think is so weird. Oh, it's the beehive. That's the first time we've had a beehive. Oh. Wait a second. Duty of the heroes to wield the sword, hand in hand in the next life, gazing at each other for 100 years. Yang! Thank you, meow meow. Okay, there's another pile. Oh, whoops. Another dagger general. I was just really dumb and didn't realize that the bug-looking icons on my mini-map were in fact the collectibles. Because these are very important. The thing is, too, is I don't know if they respawn or... I have no idea if these things respawn. Oh, he's just in a pile of boxes now. Oh, there you are. Away from the pile of boxes. And what are you doing? Oh, this is telling me that it's just somebody I can have a conversation with. Fuck that. Fuck that, I ain't talking to the weird AI chatbot NPCs. you think if you talk to them in a certain way, you could basically turn them into a prawn bot? Do you think they have filtration? Oh, there's one. Just randomly in the middle of town. Well, okay, slightly outside of town. Oh, it's definitely up there. Hello. Ah. I think another thing I'm sad about in this game is mysterious patron. Your blossom beautiful. My Aunt Han planted them. Deeply cherishes the past. What do you have to say, signpost? Oh no! Jade beauties I've been hearing about? Oh my god. Let's go... We're gonna go up first. 'Cause it seems like this one is up. Maybe? No. There it is. Romancing NPCs is my game? No, it's not. I'm saying it's not AI in terms of, yeah, it's not AI. Oh, wait, there's Meow Meow. There's Meow Meow. Oh, uh-oh. An encounter? A fortuitous encounter? Oh, no, it's children. Oh, no, it's children. What y'all doing over here? Elder Jung? Lord Condor, the 8th most mysterious among the 8 talents of Hedong. Just by being a condor, he nabbed his own spot, forcing... Oh, damn it. Okay, is this just story time? Okay. Wait, he's an actual condor? Who knows anymore? Well, it's an AI chatbot. It's someone that you can actually talk to. You can type it out. Here, I wonder if I go to... Because we talked to one. We didn't talk to one. We ran into one, and then I didn't say anything. And it looked like it opened the socials panel. Where you running to? Back down to speak the truth, Lord Condor never existed? Okay. Lives up on the hill above the Palace of Annulls and smashed the lone hill down? Oh, I don't want to go to the Palace of Annulls again. You can't make me. Oh my goodness. Okay, sure. Only if you teleport me there. Fuck. He doesn't teleport me there. Fuck that. Nah. Nah, we got more important things to do. Like, go help Mr. Meow Meow. Oh, Mr. Meow Meow. Oh, shit. This one. Okay, this one I didn't understand. Heavy attack and the no-name sword. Deflection. Shadow step in the no-name? Do I have to equip the no-name sword? Okay. Well, it says no-name, but I'm pretty sure it's nameless. Also, might as well do this. Okay. What does this mean? Challenges? Oh. Huh. Interesting. So it really does, they really do try to get you to use specific combinations. Very specific combinations. I'm really not... I mean, maybe I'll do that. I do kind of like this one, the Bell Strike Umbral. Not bad. No name sword. She left me the no maiden sword. Rip. This one was what? My Q? What is Shadow Step? Is Shadow Step the skill? We don't have Shadow Step. What the fuck? Unlock after... Oh, it's this one. Fuck. Fuck. Alright, we almost have it. That's fine. That's fine. We'll have to come back here later. That also reminds me. Where is it? No, actually I didn't want to do H. I wanted to go here. Give me back my umbrella. Nice. Okay. Let's go do... Oh, that's the lightness skill that we're waiting on. We need to get to level 4 for that. Legacy Healer. Porcelain Kiln. Wraith Village. You know what? Yeah, we'll run back to him just because we picked up a bunch on our way running away from him. For her collection of wives, correct. All the maidens are belong to me. All the maidens are belong to me. It's 300 Echo Jade to make a guild. Oh, that's not too much. Huh. All right, the question is, though, do I spend 4 on the next ability? The next, like, big ability from him? Or do I do something? I kind of wanna. Fuck it. More endurance. Oh. Mystic Seal, Grand Evasion. Okay. Alright, then let's get these last ones that are way behind us. Because they only cost 1 each. And then, yeah, most of these start costing 2, too. 2. Oh, there's the Wall Stride ability. I really want to get that. So how much do we need for that? 6? 6 to get it? Okay, we won't come back until we have at least 6 oddities. Oh, wait, there's one north of us. Fuck you, bear. Okay. Tiny burb. It's in here? No? Oh, it's that stack of boxes. Where you at? Get your ass back here! Okay. Um, you know what? Yeah, let's go grab that just because we can. Swimming, swimming, swimming. Oh, ad break. Okay, hold on. Let me get to the shore because you can drown in this game and it sucks. Okay. Oh. Oh, I alt tab straight into Discord instead of OBS. Whoops. All right. Let me get y'all the game. And I do need to run to the bathroom. I have not run to the bathroom since we started stream, so I will be back in just a minute. I will give y'all the music and I'll pump it up a little bit this time. And I'll see you in just a couple minutes. Shut up. Shut up. I was yelling at you, Sunstar. I was yelling at you. You failed? You failed? All right, chat. That means it's time to choose a sacrifice. Who's getting executed today for your failure? All right, line up sacrifices. Well, you won this round, but you failed. You restarted. I vote beef. All right, beef is the first one on the block. Anybody else want to vote for beef, or do you have somebody else you want to vote for? Anyone? Anyone at all? Ordain? Okay, Ordain is also on the chopping block. Anyone else? I vote Ganon. Well, Ganon's equivocally dead. Ganon comes by once every 6 months. Impy as well. Okay, so we have Impy, Beef, and Ordain. Anyone else? I'm on the leaderboard for this round. True. But did it fail under your watch? Did it, Sunstar? Did it fail under your watch? I vote Tech Marine. Okay, we just have unanimous 1 votes to everyone. We just have just 1 vote to everyone. It's fine, Impy. If the execution goes forward, you just get stepped on into a paste. I say just, but it's fine. You'll reconstitute in like 3 days. Rero wins. Rero. Rero. Who's Rero? Also, hold on. What do we get? Get things. Oh. Ooh. Oh, I have to pick? Beauty plumes. Okay. There's enemies over there, but I don't know what they are. All right, let's go to the Waystone, and then there's already a secret thing that we see there. Waystone. They're so pretty before you claim them, when they just have the big white wisp in the distance to get you to notice them. Hey, chat, you need a horse? Oh, okay. Interesting, they run away. Oh, that's all the horse is triggering. Wait, is there another one like just up there? What the hell? Okay. Nice. Oh, there's also a Meow Meow up there. Okay, we're not going to do the Meow Meow one because I think this is going to be a Will-O-Wisp one. So we... Oh, Sensual, who are you? And then what's over here? Oh, there it is. Pile of bricks. All right, let's go do that Mr. Meow Meow mission. More Mr. Meow Meow. We honor our legacy. We write dodos in the house. Why are you writing dodos in the house? Who made us lose? Of course. Excuse you? Whoosh. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm glad we didn't do the other one. I'm working on it. I can't believe the timer's still going down. Okay, we just gotta aim. We just gotta aim. It's a very goofy way of landing. Meow. Got you, Meow Meow. Wait. Oh, no. Oh, we're over by where I was last night. That really gave me a bad vibe. Oh, there is something over here. Is there a beehive in that tree? Oh, no, there's a pile of rocks here. Give me that dagger. Okay, what's over here? Especially considering the fact there's a bunch of assists here. And a hero tomb. Hello? Is anybody here? Uh-oh. 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 Hi, Goofy. Wait. Oh, no. This is one of the big bosses. Oh, fuck, okay. Oh, it is the puppeteer. Just beat his ass with an umbrella. It's fine. Okay, phase 1 down. Oh, snap, you want help? I think I'm doing okay. Oh, good song. Oh, come on, give me the quick time events. The quick time events always feel so good. Ooh. Oh, what the fuck? Oh. Woo. Cannot be deflected. Okay, the dodge. Oh my god, that hits like a truck. What? Okay. Oh, I hate that. Oh my god. Oh, that's bad. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, no, bitch! Oh my god! Holy shit, I barely survived! As a lady could have been saying that, and his lot has been saying the wrong. Wait, what? Huh? This is a glitch as it's never happened to me before? Wait, what? That fight? Oh, he's speaking in Chinese still. A cup of water, light a lantern, sending any hope forward to the next life. What solo level did you fight him on? Because I'm on 3. I'm mildly upset that I seemingly did not get any loot from that. Also, in case anybody didn't know, he disappeared. Each of those little like tiny umbrella, each of those is a death. That is somebody who died. First time, baby. I did it. Luckily, I can go here and use the hero tomb. Okay. Let's go back to looking for more specialty things. Umbrella cracked, yo. I'm just saying. Oh, what is this? Hello. Oh, no, it's Meow Meow. Red River lanterns drift without going out. The wishes they carry will surely come true. Memorial of my elder brother? Oh. Wait. Dataron? Can I check them? It doesn't seem like it. How do I know which is Trench Note? So long to guard my country on the frontier. Iron hooves on the river. Okay. Dantron. Okay. He's fortunate to strike the man. Okay, yeah. That it? You happy? No? I have to read all of them. Oh, maybe I have to turn on this one. This one was already extinguished. Okay, yeah. Hi, Meow Meow. Okay. I guess we'll just keep going this way. What part of the body are we looking at? Let's... You know what? Yeah. Go there. Let's go do whatever that is. All right, where are you going? What's the name of the game? This is Where Winds Meet. It is a free MMO on Steam. It does have just short of 100 gig download though. There it is. Sparkle, sparkle, sparkle. All right, chat, let's go into the mist. How bad could it be? I have no idea what the mist does. I think it's just a distance thing. Oh. Oh god, mud. Oh god, mud. Okay, I forgot mud was the thing. I genuinely did. All right, we're gonna go trudge through the mud. Swamp trudging. Oh, what the hell was that? Maddened Celestial Tiger. Okay. These guys are new. Oh. Y'all sold that, right?
Sea of suffering.
Oh, I did not know this was actually going to do anything.
While storms rage within.
I see no out and in, only cause and effect.
Wait, man in the tower.
Let me lend you this jade then. May its Buddha light help you find peace and return to the battlefield soon.
Oh. Oh god, the lights. Do I want to go that way? I don't know. I don't know if this is some other kind of like, because this game I have found has so many secrets in it. Yes, we are going to, in fact, slowly trudge through the mud because this is the way it forces me to do it rather than going around. Or is this just guiding me out of the mist? Oh, never mind. It's just the sun coming up. I'm an idiot. Oh, I couldn't jump fast enough. Damn it. Yeah, that's the sun coming up. Wait, that's a rain frog? Oh, I got meat scraps from picking up a meat frog. No. Oh, why is that bubbling? Oh, it literally won't let me double jump in here. Oh, there's a monk.
Who will?
How you doing, buddy? You wanna talk about it? You've entered a quest area. Been drumming echoes across the long... Okay. Stage info. Body C, or Body C. For villains, but it's now in ruins. Who still lingers behind the broken walls? The drum beats invite you to explore. Okay. Oh, god damn it. I keep trying to jump, and every time I just get... thrown... Oh. Uh-oh. Also, hold on. There's a... There's a thing in here. Where is it? Oh, wait. Wait. Chest? Chest. Okay. I think this is gonna be the hive. If it... Oh, I legitimately cannot climb the tree. So... Oh, there it is. It is in the tree. Son of a bitch. Oh my god, get out of the mud. Oh! Holy shit! I feel like that was just random. That was weird. Build ladder F4? What do you mean build ladder? This is so goofy. I don't think I'm close enough to grab it. Uh-oh. Whew, okay, didn't die. Didn't die, that's fine. Why did it just pull me out? Hello? What are you doing? Gator. I just heard it grumble. Okay. Fuck it. What the fuck? What the fuck are you doing? Okay. Fuck it. All for one beehive. All for one beehive. Can I see your profile? Oh, my profile? Same name everywhere. I would like... Oh my god, does it want me to get... Ah, fuck it. Fuck it, it's not worth it. Why is that muddy? I was coming over here so that I could get my my potions and stuff back. Okay. Wait. Hmm. Okay, hold on. Can I open this door? Nope.
Only Uncle Muppet General were here.
Not loud enough. The drums aren't loud enough. If only 3 drums could sound at once. The general will surely hear us.
Right.
Wait, what? Okay. I guess I should try to go to this one then. Okay. No. Bad. Bad. Cease and desist. Fuck, he's gonna come all the way over here. That's fine. He's the only one that activated. Thank goodness he's blind. Bitch. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, no. Come on. Oh, what the fuck is that? He's pissed! Why is he pissed? Oh my god. Okay. I guess. Cobblestone.
Please, surrender the city. My little grandson has been sick for 3 days. If you don't open the gates, he'll... Please, I beg you.
Oh no.
Just surrender.
These
there
guys.
Are too many Teton troops. We can't make it.
So they were under
It's just a matter
siege
of
and just
time.
decided they would never give up and just
Why
let
not
their own
surrender?
people starve.
My father, my brothers, they're all gone. All of them. How many more must die before you're satisfied?
Latest fight I had was against a super speed boss. I give up for 6 attempts. Ooh. Wait, was there more than an option of just... Nope, I guess not. Okay, so there's another one over there, so... Oh, goodness. Box. Fast female wolf. What? There's wolf hybrids in this game? Hi, Frank. We're playing an MMO. Well, I'm playing an MMO on solo mode. Because it feels a little bit easier right now. Because I've really been enjoying it. It's kind of fun. I want to go get whatever that thing is down the side of this. What's the sound? Fuck. I was like, I hear something. What the fuck, dude? Oh, is it up the mountain? Gotta be another way. Like, we don't even get double jump right now. Okay. Okay, so at least we pulled out of the mist for a second. Okay. It's over here. Hey, buddy. Wait. Oh, it's a tiny chest. Woo! That's fine. We can go back down. Stop running on the wall. Bastard. Oh, you are actually visible. That means I can kill you. No? No, I actually can't. Bitch. Okay, there's gotta be another drum. Okay. Over there. Uh-oh. Why is there... I'm not enjoying the random hero tombs. Okay. For some reason, this one only had the 2. Works for me. Strike drum. Is this the 3rd drum?
How
That
can
they were...
someone heartless like you deserve to be called father? Go guard the city. Leave me alone.
Why does he sound like an 18-year-old, but look like a 10-year-old? Okay. Oh. Give cobble. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, what the fuck?
Those are war drums. Those are reinforcements. The war drums sound. It is time to march to the north.
Oh, he's lost it. Huh? To manifest body parts? Ew. Oh. Okay. I want to go home. Delete my browser history. I miss my wife, Jing. I want to go home and edge. What the fuck? This is Elden Ring. Uh-oh. Oh no, what does that mean? What does that mean? Can't run.
Dogs. General Yu will avenge us.
Oh no, are we about to have a fire monkey fight?
General Yad will come for us soon.
Bad people.
Hide here and be good.
I wanna fight them like General Yeah! I won't leave. General Yeah will be arriving soon. We'll soon be safe. God.
Autistic panda. Really do just be slapping.
Has he come to save us?
You don't speak, Cheetah. You're not.
All right, Mama Avery's no bit. Actually, hold on. We got a bunch of these things real quick. Oh, hey, got the loops. Yeah, I'll take that. Sold, baby. Flags. Gross. No, wait, I want my bottle back. Okay. Is that it? Oh, no, collection. Okay. What can I develop? Oh, I have a talent point. Hell yeah, give me the special skills. Ooh. Oh, and then we'll get the other mystic slots. Okay, at least now we have more abilities to use. Oh, there's more? Nope, that's it. Okay. Okay. All the things in the world to claim. Okay. Although weirdly enough, I'm starting to feel like I'm approaching the point where it may be worth getting the battle pass. What in the Elden Ring fuck is that? That's a tree sentinel. Oh, dear God. I'm scared. I'm scared. Oh, I still don't understand why it's tilting.
The war drums sound.
General, yeah?
Time to march to the north.
Please come save us! The Teton! The Teton are attacking!
Hi, small Asian. This guy was easy. You got this. The battle pass, she's gone. I'm not buying the battle pass. I don't have any money for the battle pass. My money spent for the day is going to be for dinner. I think I'm going to get a po' boy today. Or actually, I do still have some of the frozen meat pockets in the freezer. I could just reheat one of those. And not spend any money today. God, you're huge. Come here. Ugh. No, get back here. Oh, I got knocked out. Don't take that out of context. Oh, that's bad. Ow. Great escape. Oh, wait, what the hell was that? Did I just get an indicator to hit him with something? Whew. I think that was an indicator to charge him. Ouch. Get back here. Okay. Okay. Sounds dark like it. God damn it. Varen, you love Elden Ring. This should be fantastic. Is it? Is it Jade? You dropped a piece of Jade? Ghost Jade. Phase 2. Please don't actually be phase 2. Why don't we go to standing in the sea of suffering topples? My ears are huge. Quote system, look at all the quotes we're not adding. Hey, listen, you have the power to add quotes. I do not delete quotes unless they are like completely fucked. Cool. Oh no, it says we did 52%, but I guess we did the campaign. Hello. I would like your loot. What else is in here? And a dagger. See Aunt Han. Okay. I guess. Oh, that was the main story quest that we were working on. That's fine. Hmm. You know what? Yeah, we'll go back here. We'll start doing more of the main story. Latin music starts playing. I was scared that it was gonna like.
The drunken immortal month celebration.
I was scared he was gonna come back. Also, hold on, we got a lot more shit here. Oh. Ooh. Vitality is required to cast mystic skills. Certain recovery actions. A 50% chance to grant 1 bonus vitality. No bonus vitality is rewarded when you gain vitality by attacking, taking it, or successfully. Yeah. I don't really like that. What did we... Oh, general. Star Shift. Read the enemy's weakness just before their attack lands. Consume insight to trigger deflection. I can upgrade this. What did that do, though? Okay. Where do I get beauty plumes? Battle Pass shop. Season shop. Okay. Oh, I put F2. Beauty plumes. Where would I expect to find... Conditions not met. Some tips, chest. These are only coins. Don't really need to do that. Those don't seem to do anything. Okay. Okay, maybe the battle pass one? Oh, it's this one. 4? Oh, man. Mystic skills breakthrough support. That's not here at all. You know what? Oh, requires 20,000 total. God damn it. God damn it. Oh, I don't know why I got that. I thought that was more important. Why are there two of these? They're exactly the same. They're just 999 of each. You enjoying yourself? I am, Vapor. I'm just trying to figure out some of the systems of this game at times. Because, like most MMOs, it's weirdly complicated. I wonder when we can get this. Talents? Oh, all the way. Damn. Damn. Serene Breeze. Okay. Yeah, so there's more of these that we want to get. Oh, these are talents. Okay. Jesus. Oh. What in the blood-soaked fuck is this? What did I click? A challenge? Evercare Clinic. What is that? Oh, it's temporary waypoint. I don't know what add a temporary waypoint. Oh, that's part of the campaign. Okay. Okay. That's what it wanted me to click. I was like, what's the red thing? Okay. Mission. I think this game's pretty fun. Oh. Cutscene. Oh no, math.
Miss Han, more wine.
What about my food, Miss Han? Is it ready?
What is with this Miss Han? It's madam to you. Get me this, get me that. Go to the kitchen and get it yourselves.
Involved actions game closer POV. I never got into MMOs because it felt like it was far away. Click and wait. Yeah.
That girl of yours has got you mad again.
Point and click MMOs are fun sometimes. But sometimes you really like the action MMOs.
My, would you look at who the wind finally blew back.
Walking in nonchalantly with someone's blood on my face.
Let's calm down first, Aunt Han. Being angry will give you wrinkles.
Also, the lip sync is for
I should've
Chinese,
come back
unfortunately.
earlier, but it really wasn't my fault. I was ambushed by a bandit in black at Uncle Jiang's hut.
A bandit in black? Are you hurt?
No, I wasn't hurt. It was just that the bandit
Oh,
was
I forgot to
skilled
tell
and
y'all.
My pendant was stolen. His swordplay was fierce and swift.
Oh,
always
wait, what the hell
shifting
was that?
and changing. He was like a raging storm.
The,
Brought down an entire bamboo
Damn it,
grove.
what was I going?
If only I could go
Oh,
to
this
the
game, when you do
Jianghu and
character
learn
creation,
martial
has an
arts,
option
I'd
to
be able
upload
take
a
him for
picture of
sure.
yourself.
Jianghu. All you ever talk about
And
is
let the character creator make it or try and do something. I couldn't get it to work. Not even with art. But it also has a voice one. If you read a line to it, it'll give you a character design based off what your voice is like.
Kind of like a flaming lung pattern.
And what of it? After all, you are certainly not leaving.
I think it's
Heaven's
very
Gate.
funny that they still use
There are a lot of strangers
the
in town
Chinese
lately,
name for
not for
dragon,
trouble.
even though the captions say dragon.
Are you just going to stand there? Go bring those
Character
tables
creator
their
wouldn't
wine.
change your hair anyway. You could change your hair. You had a couple sets of hair, but you couldn't change the color. Wait, if this is down bad for Madame Han. Okay. Okay. True, that makes sense, Vapor. That's why I'm not complaining too much. Oh, I did not mean to sit down. I meant to serve wine.
I tell ya, no one's wine is better than blissful retreat.
Madam Bod can get this wood.
What with the
Oh
roads
my
being so
God.
dangerous this year, they make me a nervous wreck.
You southern road merchants don't know how good you got it. Try going north to Yanyin. At best, you lose your money. At worst, your life.
Heading south.
Southern Road? Which Southern Road? Have you been to Weiyang City?
Well, young master, hello there. I'm heading east. passing right through Weiyang City. Is Blissful Retreat looking to do business there too?
Also, I just realized there's a bunch of Shiba Inus outside. Do y'all see
I've
them?
never been there. Curious,
Or are
that's
those
all.
foxes?
Well, I'm not much of a talker, but people say Weiyang makes the world prosper. In Weiyang City, I saw shops filled with
I wonder if
exotic
that's what that
goods
big
and
square
tea
area
houses
is.
and taverns full of people decked in silks and pearls. It's truly a place of silk, flowers, and honey. On the water platforms,
I will go
street
look.
corners,
I just can't
they
move right now.
offer dried fruits, fresh fruits, salted sours,
I'm gonna go look as soon as this
and
conversation's
preserves.
over.
All change daily and never a one missing. And it's all free.
Free? Who pays for those fruits? Surely not every household in the city can afford such generosity.
Have you forgotten who owns Weiyang City?
Oh, you mean Master Wen.
Exactly. Master One. His Weiyang City stands on water. Decorated doors, gates, towers, and pavilions, all rising from vast waves.
This
Blue
feels like
skies
blowing a
and
lot of
distant waters
smoke.
as far as the eye can see. Such is the majesty of the foremost of the four.
Since when did the four get ranked? Merchant fools only smell money.
I don't care what the genre says. That's how we see it. Last year at Weiyang City's water festival, a woman stole a golden cup from Master One's banquet and wouldn't let go. She told Master One she sneaked out to see the Ember of East. Now that she had, she needed proof or her husband would beat her. And guess what happened?
No need to guess. Just tell us.
Master One had all the golden cups from the banquet thrown into the water for people to take.
Huh?
The water sparkled with floating gold. Real gold. All of it.
Okay.
Such a generous and righteous man. Of course he's the foremost of the four. Ah, if only I'd been there. I'd have a family treasure by now.
If Weiyang City is so wonderful, why are you here in Heaven's Pier?
Well, some are born to live there, others to run merchant routes. What can you do? Heaven's Pier is nice too. Not many places left where you can live in
So
peace.
Midas? Well, he doesn't say anything he touches actually
So,
turns
young
to gold.
master, sell me 100 jars of parting tears today. And next year, I guarantee you can open a second inn in Weiyang City.
You'd have to take that up with Aunt Han. For now, you all enjoy our drinks.
That was just a really long exposition. Okay, AdWords gonna start any second, you guys. Let me get y'all the game again. Are y'all gonna fail this time? Are y'all gonna fail this time? Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. Sunstar, are you ready? I'm gonna wait. I'm going to wait for an answer from someone. Ready? Everybody else ready? Salutes, salutes, salutes. Anyone else wish to tune up now? Any of you hiding in the bag? I see your asses. I see you washing those dishes. You missed a spot on the casserole dish. Anyway, have your game chat. I'll be back in a couple minutes because I'm going to stand up. My back kind of hurts a little bit. I think I've been sitting funny. Okay. What'd I miss? What'd I miss? Y'all still going? Y'all didn't fail, right? Level 3? It's feeling weirdly low in terms of the levels y'all should be at if you've done multiple rounds. Okay. Hold on a second. Okay. We can go ahead and put that away. No executions. We did good. You survived. You survived another day. All right. Also, hold on. Develop. Not here. Here. It's 3 o'clock, which means... Yes. Okay, I get to show you the progression thing. All right. So this is what you have to do to increase the level cap. You basically just do so we got waves. We got 3 waves. It's going to be ads. Voice. Almost out of stamina. So many gongs, my dude. So many gong sounds. All right, 1 wave down. Oh, he has the madness thing. Fine, just stay away from him. And it works out. Oh, hi. No, bad monkey. Bad monkey. Did it throw something at me? Oh, it seems like he did. Just falls over. Okay, well, I'm glad there was only 2 monsters for... Oh, fuck. All right, what are we waiting on? Double bosses. I don't like double bosses. Fine. Oh, he's healing. I forgot that those monks do that. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. I clicked exit. I tried to reach for tilting. Oh my god, stop fucking healing. Okay, one down. Oh my god. You get nothing. Good day! Okay. Yay level ups. Yay all new gear. Okay. It's okay, they also weren't doing much damage. But now we also get to have to do basic. Wait, what is all this? Oh. Okay. Wait. Oh no, that's not it. Go back, go here, gear, enhance. Raw ore. Coarse fur. Okay. Abilities. Breakthrough. Okay. So at least we got that. Do I want to? Yeah, fuck it. Actually, hold on. You. Oh, okay, we need mighty tips. Next time we get the chance. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, we don't have any gear sets for the armor that they gave us. Unfucking fortune. Jesus, though, the leap in mastery. Almost double on most of these. Jeez. 25, 19, 28, 19, 39, 21, 30, 13, 64, 63. From 34? Jesus. Okay. I'm kind of scared to see how much the world scaled then, but we'll check that out in a second. Because now Oh god, I have to keep serving more tea. More wine.
You came on the northern road, sir. Then...
Yeah,
do
because
you know
after
what
this, I
Yanyan
want to
is
run
like
to the marketplace, see if there's one in town, because they usually sell a lot of the materials that we need, and I have a shitload of money.
Late Emperor.
Okay.
March to the north.
Chat, how are you
saw
doing?
those troops
What
by the
trouble are you
Yellow
getting
River.
into?
So strong.
Is anybody
so
scooping up the
fierce.
Twitch
Who
drops?
knew the commander would die, leaving the army with a bunch of fools. Good thing the
Oh, this is about what we found out in the Bodhi place.
Death, or none of us would be here.
The march to the north. Ha!
Hi, Queens.
2 years ago, the people of Yan'an sent all the supplies
You
they
hanging
had
in there,
to the
bud?
battlefield.
You doing all right?
And, well,
You surviving?
for decades, it's been one war after another on account of this dynasty or that official. Yan'an's drained dry. Been ages since we've seen anyone take the road to Yenyun.
Okay.
If we stand together and
Definitely
keep
gonna
the
try and play
faith,
this later.
Yenyun will be ours again.
What is that umbrella weapon
After
called?
all,
Even
aren't the heroes
I can
of the
check after this.
Zhang
Give me a
Hu better than
second.
those
It has
Teton
it's
dogs?
something umbrella, but I could not tell you
Zhang Hu
exactly what it's
wanderers?
called.
If they were all trustworthy, would Wang Qing have fallen at Zhengdu Bridge? Well, what's with that look?
I don't know.
True. Just as there are traitors in government, so are there villains in the Zhanghu. I mean, you don't avoid the north just because of southern wealth, right? With the 12 there, and then Killer Blade, who dare trade that
Okay,
way
Killer
these
Blade was
past
one of the
dozen
names that we had mentioned earlier. That was kind of important. The thing is, though, is we don't know exactly who he is. We think he's the person who stole our pendant.
Blade.
Who attacked us at the beginning of the
Killer
game.
Blade is a man. They say his blade could split mountains. Oh, and I'm not just blowing smoke. It's the truth. Over 10 years back,
Okay.
12 calamities ruled the border. One night,
Oh god, we're getting more
suddenly
titles.
collapsed. Next morning, they were going to investigate
12
when they
calamities,
found a
8
wet
talents.
package on the city wall. The eaves were too high to climb, and guards patrolled
Nothing's
all
guarded
night.
quite like the carnival
Yet
ticket booth.
one
No
saw
touchies.
who did.
No touchies.
They used poles to get it down, and inside was the head of a man. Someone ended up on the wrong end of a blade and had his head taken off.
Okay.
There, they found the body belonging to the head right where the mountain had split. It was a duel that had caused that disturbance.
Okay, but where's the split mountain?
How do you know it was Killer Blade? Didn't you just say no one saw him hang the head?
After committing such evil, he wanted everyone to know. That head was Master Bai of the North Alliance. Came to kill the 12 so the North Alliance could keep fighting.
Huh.
At first, no one in the Zhanghu knew who had done it. Until Bai's funeral. The 12 showed up and destroyed his coffin. So not even his corpse remained whole.
All 12? All 12 of
Before
them?
leaving, they claimed Killer Blade was their 13th brother.
I'm still gonna try and break in? What
They'll
the
burn to
fuck?
fact. Not a shred of
Ordain,
shame among them.
say something besides
We've
emotes.
heard of Killer Blade too. As for the 12, they aren't that famous.
What's the language in Killer Blade and the 12
Were
calamities?
they in league together?
The 12
I just wanted to know that you're still alive. How are you doing, Artane?
No. 12 people, all related, who just killed, robbed, and kidnapped.
It's
Killer
exposition.
Blade has his temper. Cross him, and you're dead. But he keeps his word. His parents died keeping a promise. So, you see, it's his family code. That's
Okay.
why, after getting involved with the 12 calamities, he was always bending over backward. The 12 weren't happy about this.
I can't believe Aaron Strange Sounds is like making us talk. What?
His temper.
Do you want to try the statement one more time,
Set a
Sunstar?
trap at a banquet.
Scrungle him till he
Once you
talks?
know,
The correct
his
scrungle.
blade
Shake him,
left
chat.
11
Shake him.
dead.
I need to see
Killer
Ordain
Blade
shaking emotes.
Took that and drank wine from it. Ugh.
Ew.
Wine? Wait. Why 11? Weren't there 12?
To tell you that,
There's nothing wrong with the statement. Oh my god.
Blade of his.
Shake, 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 Sonora.
One's gone.
Shake your body right. Get him! Get his ass! Alright, I guess this one's on
Here.
me.
This round's on me, sir.
Oh, so you're interested too, young
Oh god, here we go. I fucked up.
Then I'll go on.
Alright, we'll
At
keep
first,
learning more.
Killer Blade was the name of his purple gold blade. Later, it became his name. That blade was forged from dark iron from the
Such
heavenly
bullshit.
core.
Get his ass!
That
Get his
dark iron,
ass!
It was a gift from Zhang Wang Cho, the first of the 12 calamities. Hey, I'm not making this up. Just ask anyone at the border. Because of that, he swore never to use the blade on Zhang Wang Cho.
Good night, praise. Sleep well. Thank you for hanging out.
Probably never guessed
Bites
that
all the
years
hands.
later,
You don't have enough
fighting
mouths.
Zhang for his life, he'd have to drop his blade and use his bare
True,
fist.
we do have to keep Ordain humble.
So, Zhang had the advantage. 11 helpers. And Killer Blade's promised to not use his blade? And he still lost? Killer Blade must be some fighter.
Nonsense, he's just lucky. Without Well of Heaven sect's meddling, he'd be dead and gone by now.
Okay, but what have the Well of Heaven done?
But
Did I
luck
miss
can
that?
change. If a man doesn't value his life or try to do good, he tends to make enemies. Then Killer Blade can become the Killed Blade. in
What,
no
meddling? Yes, meddling, not meddling. Meddling. Like meddling kids.
Wanderer yourself, aren't you, sir?
That's right. I heard Killer Blade left the border and has shown up here in Qinghe. So, I came to see whose blade is really a killer.
You don't have a
Mine
sword with you, sir.
Ah.
If the interns didn't keep leaving and filing lawsuits, we'd have our CC here. Maybe. Also, we were gonna go see. They are Shiba Inus. Oh my, dot, double, and trio. Oh my god. Can I pet you? Do not drink. Drink it anyways. All right, am I gonna die? Oh god, wait, did that say, oh. Game of the year. Game of the year. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Look at me. I'm squishy and I just kind of scamper. I do scamper. How long is this? Wait, F3 for canine form? Wait, I can exit it? I'm finally starting to feel better. Oh, I was looking to see if I could do something with it. Feeling unwell. Okay, so I need to find a doctor. Oh, I have bone stress. Oh, that's right. You can find other players to heal you. It's fine. Oh, wait. We have the teleport there. Yoink. Yoink. I can heal you. It's no big deal. I'm just gonna go to the doctor because I need to go do the level up thing here anyway.
The young master is here. Injured again? Get in here. Young master, I knew you'd come. I saved you a spot right here.
Okay. 10k to heal for them? Oh wow. Spontaneous diarrhea. It's 13k.
The young master is here.
And then I need
Where
to
are
do
you
the
hurt?
other thing. Yeah, medicinal tail. Okay. And then there's a thing inside. So they do respawn. Because I know I picked up the stuff in here last time. Oh. Never mind, I'm in trouble. I am forbidden from the second floor. Joke's on you, though. I mean, through the window. Oh, wait. Did that move? Oh, I thought it moved for a second. Damn it. Wait. No! Oh, hey, wait a second. Is this one gonna be too tall? I feel like it's gonna be too tall. It is too tall. Oh, good lord. Okay. I don't think this is gonna be high enough. Okay, never mind, it is. Whew! And there's another one this way. Become dog, go upstairs. I tried hitting F3 again. I don't think we got like a shapeshift thing going for us, unfortunately. Oh, it's this one. Okay, so this is the Lotus, which we need. There it is. Don't mind if I do. Hi, meow meow. All right, what are you gonna make me do? Cut bamboo? I can do that. Okay. Oh, we leveled up too. More development. Although we are running out of tiger liquor. Ground into the ground floor? No! You can't bake me. New arrival in Kaifeng. Okay. Give me that. Go back. Give me that. Warrior's Journey. Oh, good lord. Okay. I'll take it. And then... weren't we doing this mission? I'm gonna say this is what we were. Yeah, okay, that's what we were doing. Oh. Wait, there's more? There's more! Good fucking lord. Sword morph. Unfortunately, though, that's only for a specific weapon. Fuck. Alright, we'll put this one in here. Become dog and go upstairs. Nah, we're in a completely different section right now. We teleported away. What's the thing here? Oh, here. Okay. Oh, I hate that. It's hideous. But okay then. More tokens. And also, yes, there are things to claim. From there. This, I still can't figure out what it wants. Anything else? No. Good. Oh god, what appearance did we get? Sold. Sold. Don't know where I got that. I'm taking it. Nice. Oh, actually, I'm curious. Can I change the appearance of my umbrella? Nope. Nope, there's only special ones, and everything kind of generally looks the same. Good lord. What's this? Discipleship? Can I, like, is this becoming a disciple? Oh, this is looking for disciple. This is looking for master. Okay. Always online. Irregular hours. Jesus. Words for disciple. Uwu. Uwu-chan. Hi, Tachyon. How are you doing? I don't know what benefits come from this. I legitimately don't. I have no idea. Oh god, wait, did I get more achievements? I did. And then... Oh, whoops. I clicked the wrong button. Alright, I think we're good to just go back. I will just run. Oh. Ooh. Okay. Wow, just picking those two things gave me a lot of shit. Oh, okay, this is the mysterious benefactor.
Not words of love nor wine's relief can stay the sting of parting's grief. So this is parting tears?
Oh, the wine. So you deranged
You know
One
your
Piece
wine.
laugh?
If you drink the parting tears of heaven's pier, it brings to mind the one you miss most in this life.
Huh? The one I miss most? Then tell me this. Does hatred count as missing someone?
Well, missing
Does she
someone means
really
you're
hit
thinking
us with
about
that?
them. And love and hate both fit that bill, right?
How interesting. If I can't taste wine this good again next year...
I know VTubers that sound like this.
That'd be a real shame.
If you like it, come back next year when the pear blossoms bloom.
Huh?
Oh, is it pear wine?
Now that I look at you... You're quite lovely. I just wonder if that perky little nose has ever caught the scent of a swordsman. The scent
She has
of
a serious
filthy
list.
man.
What are you standing there for? Already this hour and the serving dishes have yet to arrive. Go to the kiln and look into it.
Right.
Kiln.
Madam, your face seems familiar. Have we met before? Consider it a reunion of old friends.
I think we're about to find out that, like, the madam is, like, some long retired martial artist, is what I'm imagining. All the way up to the kiln where we basically just were. Let them be gay. No, we were interrupted. We were bamboozled. Denied, if you will. More raspberries. Oh, hold on. We got a secret thing over here. Oh, another thing up here. Says there's an enemy here. Oh, it's a wolf. Okay. Interesting. I think I can jump that. Again, though, I don't know how to put my weapon away, so I kind of gotta wait for that to go away. Beware the goose. Did I hear goose? I mean, I already saw the goose. I already got the goose's ability. Speaking of which... Oh, hold on. We got more enhancements. Oh, that's right. I was gonna go to the shopkeeper. Here we go. Body of iron. Oh. Being immune to falling damage, excluding serious injury, can only be triggered once every 10 minutes. Yay. Oh. Interesting. But how do I raise these stats? Wrestling? Oddity collection. Oddity collection, oddity collection, oddity collection. Okay. Oh, eruditions from Meow Meow. Okay. There's so many just hidden stats. Good lord. Meow Meow. Uh-oh. Oh, Meow Meow, please don't be a fly far, far away. Okay, it's just Will-O-Wisp. It's fine. It's fine. We'll be fine. It's totally fine. Nothing to worry about. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god, it's stuck. It's not liking it. Okay. Thank you, Meow Meow. Oh god, and we leveled up. And now I'm out, and I'm gonna have to go farm more from the monks in a bit. Okay. Famous last words? Yeah, I can make it. Absolutely. But I made it. I made it!
Oh, what to do? What to do? So many fine porcelain pieces broken.
I mean, you could ground them back into powder.
Oh, no, no, no.
Wow.
Oh my.
That's your cat?
My master. This...
Things really got smashed to pieces here. Tell me what happened.
There are so many visitors for Drunken Immortal Month, and things were quiet here at the kiln, so I went for a duel with someone.
In the kiln?
When I returned, everything was like this. Door wide open, wine jars shattered, and several shelves broken.
Is anything missing?
Nothing. I counted everything. It couldn't be ghosts from the ghost temple, could it?
Like actual ghosts or like
There are no such things as
ninjas?
ghosts. Go find Ding Si for more jars from elsewhere. I'll investigate here.
Okay.
Oh, splendid. Oh, and these drunken beings.
They attack in flocks? The geese?
Give them to her for me. I can't right now.
I haven't run into any other goose other than the one that I could learn its
What
skill
a
from.
strong smell of wine. She always likes such strange things. I'll try my wind sense.
Okay.
Just some scorched pottery.
Yeah, but that's the whole... oh, wait a second, chat. His name is Wealth Call. Kibby. Pet Kibby. I'm scared. I'm scared, Tech. I'm very concerned. Yay, Kibby. Oh, I got elegance from it. Oh, shit. Oh, that's not good.
These look like cart tracks.
Do they?
And those
I was gonna say.
horizontal marks. Were they made by a blade? These tracks. Looks
I mean,
like
they left their
something went inside
swords.
porcelain kiln.
Good lord, what is this storage unit? Uh-oh. Even more broken ones.
Some ashes. Songjio probably forgot to clean them out again.
Okay, if you say that's what it is.
That big guy who asked for directions.
Help me.
Soldiers?
I hear something inside. Better check it out.
It's somebody in pain is what it is. Oh boy, an arena. Hey, buddy.
Are you the horse thief?
Oh god, the horse. That's who we got our horse from.
Hey,
He stole the horse and we stole it back and got to keep it.
Quick, take me.
Hang in there. There's a clinic nearby.
Wait, take him? I don't think that's gonna work out. And yes, his name is Boney and his partner's name was Roundy. In case you didn't see the people's names.
What the?
Who the fuck are you? Oh, he wants to catch hands. Okay. Hands, 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 hands.
Hey, Pop! Hey, damn!
Oh my god, that hurt. He is taking no damage. I'm trying to dodge out of there. It is not working. Oh, good lord. Oh, come on. Oh, Jesus.
Hey, Pop! Hey, damn!
This doesn't feel like a fight I'm supposed to win.
Better luck in your next life, Pop.
Who the fuck are you? Sick. Even though apparently we always have a sword for this instead of anything
And
else.
show me what you've got.
Huh?
Guts.
On your feet. Come on, Pop. Take me to Blissful Retreat.
Huh?
Stop pretending. That wound won't kill you. That old battle axe Hung Xiangchun is hiding at Blissful Retreat, isn't she?
Han who? I don't know who that is.
I just want something from her. I'm not going to kill anyone.
Are you sure? You did just kind of beat up a bunch of people. Also, why were the horse thieves here?
Pain in the... Ask around the Jianghu. My word is always ironclad.
You haven't even told me your name.
Kill someone,
You won't even give your name. And you want me to trust you?
Listen well. I am Killer Blade. Everyone knows I've never gone back on my word. Lead the way, or I'll kill my way through every single village. Chenghe is a big place. Someone's bound to talk.
Fine.
Okay, but why a porcelain kiln?
But if you truly are honor-bound, swear to spare this man first.
Him?
You...
Okay, that was really out of sync.
This riffraff is hardly worth my oath. Pup, I don't care whether you believe me or not. Right now, do you even have a choice? Move. Lead the way.
Okay.
Why'd you have to kill him?
Huh? He came to kill me, but I can't kill him. A guy like him's a liability every moment longer he lives.
That man was already dying. Even without your blade, without treatment, he wouldn't live long. Why
We are basically a child in this game, by the way, just in case anybody forgets. We're like a teenager.
Well, not me.
We're not that old.
What's with the attitude?
Seems to be the
I
case.
said I wouldn't kill you, and I'll keep my word.
16? Okay, we do
When I
get confirmation that
want
we're
someone
16.
dead, no one stands in my way. Get a move on. Find Han Sung soon and your
People leave? Where are you going?
What do you want with her?
Yeah, that usually tends to be the case with most like wuxia stories. How many like any wuxia novels or manhwa or anything has anybody read that isn't just up and coming teenage star devastates the martial world with his skill?
In my injuries.
What are you on about now?
Me fake
Whining
limping.
that you can't walk, are you? Fine.
Lurk check. All right, chat. You know what that means. It's time to perk up. Oh.
Try 4.
Oh, hey. Got a talent. Hell yeah. Actually, hold on. What are you? Oh, affinity? Meh. Meh. Yeah, I want my dual weapon skill.
Why are you dawdling?
Oh, he
You
tied
took a
us.
few
Uh-oh.
hits and your legs give out?
With these injuries, this is as quick as I can move.
I'm riding on the back of a horse.
Why not go ahead yourself?
I told you, I don't know the way. With all these swordsmen pouring into Chenghe, it's risky to wander blindly.
Blissful retreat
This still
is
feels
in a
like something
valley
that
to
should
the
have been a
south.
conversation
It's quite easy to find.
in the cave.
All these valleys around
No, wait,
Chenghe
there's a
make my
chest!
head
Ah! I need it!
Brat. Were
Sir,
you
wait,
trying
no,
to
go
fool me?
back!
If you won't take my word for it, ask someone else.
Fine. I'll kill a few more folks while I'm
Hans?
at it. Just don't forget their blood's on you.
You really have no shame.
Since you're so
My
good-hearted,
eyes!
why don't you just lead the way?
Ooh. I am once
Who's
again
there sneaking around like that?
tied and on the back of your horse.
Stay put, pup. If you're gone when I get back, I'll have your head.
And I get
I
off the
guess
horse
now's
and lose the
time to
rope.
Make a run for it.
Okay, that didn't last long. Go to the ghost temple. Ooh, that does not sound like a good idea, but okay. Oh, it's the vicious flower. I was like, what the fuck is that that just flickered? No, wait. Wait, what is that symbol? Is it? Oh, there it is. I was right. Oh. Okay. So yeah, I'm kind of guessing that maybe it was, in fact... Wait, how do I know about this passageway? Feels like a phone call conversation. Yeah, kind of. Also, I really gotta pee. Did I really just walk into a dungeon? Hello? Hello? There's a ladder there. Okay. Something's... Wait. I say, this is something we can sneak through. Or squeeze through. Wait, that looks like it's outside. Okay, hold on, I'm nosy. We gotta look for loot. This is important. Wolves. Just one? Just one stray wolf. One whole wolf. Okay. Alright, guess we're just going. He's gonna be on the other side though, isn't he? Hmm.
That was close.
Oh.
I should go back and tell Aunt Han about it.
Oh, it's the snakes. Okay. Excuse me, Mr. Snake. I'm here to steal your things. Excellent. Okay, bye. Bandits. Probably more snakes over... Oh god, there is more. There's more treasure. The snakes can't stop me. Snakes don't have property? Yes, but they're still kind of hoarding it for some reason. For some reason. Yoni. Raspberries. What are you? Why did you look different? Okay then, do we just show up and we give her like the goofy cartoon and there was and he did the thing and he did the stuff?
Huh? Where could she be at this hour?
Oh god.
Quick, over here.
Dow dow.
Do you know where Aunt Han went?
Let me guess. You searched all of Heaven's Pier, and Madame Han is
No, I just made it. I just made it to the end. That is all I've looked.
Vanished into thin air.
This is the second person we've had with the lisp.
She'll reappear quietly, and in some place where nobody could possibly hide.
Yes. What are you getting at?
Exactly. Madame Han must.
Look, they leave snakes their life savings.
She took human form, used up her yang energy, and turned back. Just like my master. That's why they get along so well.
Oh, please. You've been saying this for years. Making up stories about your master. Be careful he doesn't find out. I need to find Aunt Han now. We'll talk about
Why
this
are we
later.
suddenly getting so many mentions of ghosts?
This must have something to do with Madame Han. Think about it. My master's a physician, yet he disappears every few days. He says he's on the second floor, but won't let us in. And we don't hear a sound. You can't find him. And in the end, he appears
Oh, here, I can do
behind
better.
you. As if he's been watching you for ages.
Listen, Dodo. Have you considered that he might just be playing
Dodo,
tricks
it's
on
not
you?
Dodo, it's Dodo.
You can't hide like
Oh
that.
my goodness.
People have to appear from somewhere. Anyway, my master can make people vanish, and so can she. They must have
That's
some
called
secret
killing
hiding
them.
place we don't know about.
You know, that does kind of make sense. Where's
Sure,
Aunt Han
beef.
gone?
Also, can I get a snooze in the ends? Thank you. Thank you. Strange quest indicator. Although... Oh, this is back at the doctor's.
Young master, young master.
Oh.
Young master, you're finally back. Madam Han and the master questioned me this morning. I almost couldn't handle it.
Yeah, that's what I
What
figured. He was
about
talking about the
that
doctor,
medicine
which
test
is
I
probably
gave you?
why that
Did
floor
you
was
use it?
closed. It probably closed
More
at a certain
than
point in the
that.
story.
I dealt with a few bandits too. All thanks to your box.
The medicine needs my medicine chest to work properly. Otherwise, how could it be fully effective?
Right.
Huh?
The anesthesia powder, the folk remedies, the extra boost from the medicine chest. It's got you written all over it.
Just say if it's useful or not. If you think my medicine chest works, then you've got to tell me about your Xianghu adventures. They'll inspire me to further improve the medicine
Okay,
chest's
that... Well,
power.
oh, I've been doing this already. Okay, so it's technically just getting to the point where it's supposed to teach me about the submit things. Okay. Can't go up there. To unlock the second floor?
Dodo just said Dr. Tian isn't in, which would mean the second floor of the clinic is...
Hey,
But don't worry. I'll remember about the medicine chest. I'll keep notes of all my adventures for you. Quick, give me the key to the second floor. I need to find Aunt Han now.
Fine. I've already unlocked it. Just go straight up.
You didn't move.
You and Toto are so...
Witchcraft. Witchcraft. Oh my. Hell yeah. There's
Second floor of the clinic. This is a much better view.
Oh, this is open now. Fuck me.
4
Golden
jobs
Blade Dagger.
this month. Profit 3,000 taels. Of gold?
Witchcraft
Clinic
forgiven
really
for
rakes it
witches.
in.
Yeah, for witches. I think they're just like spawning up here because that's probably roughly like the number of times I've upgraded my
Doesn't look
stuff.
like it's for harming people.
I feel like that's
But
what it
for
may be.
carving things. It's a small knife with a sharp blade and various attachments.
Attachments. Hello.
Someone often comes here.
Often enough
Must
to
be
wear their
heading
particular
to-
foot pattern. Oh. Oh. All right.
This well cover doesn't look naturally formed.
Yeah, probably not, but that is where we're going to end it today. I need a break and a bite. So that is where we are going to wrap, chat. We, unfortunately, I clicked the wrong button, are not going to be back tomorrow. I'm leaving the hands on. I'm leaving the arms on because I want to.
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
I never started the Twitter broadcast. Oh well, that's fine. I never started the Twitch, not the Twitch stream, the Twitter stream. But I know who we're rating. Armand, normally it's Armstrong. That is true. I already know who we're going to raid. We're going to raid into another person who's technically playing another Asian martial arts game in Atrocious, who's playing Ghost of Tsushima. In case you want to watch somebody else beat the shit out of other people with swords. But sadly, we don't have much else going on the rest of the week, chat. Of course, we have Mage tomorrow, 11 CDT. Sunday, we have... What was it? Sunday, we do have Vampire this week. We'll have Vampire at 6 p.m. CT. Sunday night. And then I think tonight, if you aren't in the Discord, I do recommend joining. I think we're going to watch... I'm thinking the Minority Report. I think we're going to watch the Minority Report tonight, chat. Either way, we'll be having a movie night in... It's about 4 o'clock in 3 hours. I think 7 p.m. is a good time. I'll fight you in an alley? What do you mean there's nothing going on? Yeah. TTRPGs, nothing like crazy special. Just part of the regular schedule. But anyway, thank you guys for being here. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for hanging out while I played a goofy ass MMO that has given me a hyperfixation. I don't know if we're going to be playing it on stream again. Really wanted to play it today, so I don't know if my urge to keep playing it is going to be as strong next week. That's up in the air. But until then, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. I will see you later. I'm coming for you, Ordain.